After the news spread, all the warriors in the Brahma Sky City headed toward the same place, Xiantian Pavilion. Xiantian Pavilion was the cultivation place of goddess Xiantian, one of the 9 sky goddesses of Brahma's pure sky in the Brahma Sky City. Court. The Xiantian goddess of the first generation was conferred with the time here, and since then, Xiantian Pavilion had also become the place where Xiantian goddess convened disciples. Xiantian Pavilion was located in the core of Brahma Sky City, with a staircase tens of thousands of feet long that stretched into the sky. Above the stairs of Xiantian Pavilion, one could see the endless area of Brahma Sky City with one glance. At this time, many restaurants below the Xiantian Pavilion were full. Numerous people had arrived beforehand and made the place extremely busy. Everyone had chosen their seat and waited to see this battle in Brahma Sky City. It was a sensation here in Brahma Sky City. Here, in a restaurant with a good view, people who occupied the top floor were all important people. They raised their eyes and looked at the Xiantian Pavilion towering into the distance where figures of the Brahma's pure sky goddesses could be roughly seen. They seemed to have just arrived. Although they lived in the Brahma Sky City, it was usually almost impossible to see warriors of the Brahma's pure sky fighting with others. In this city, who dared to fight against Brahma's pure sky? The first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, Chin-He, was well known in the heavenly mandate realm for her stunning beauty, but no one dared to ignore her strength. Now, she would be in charge of the battle. How graceful her demeanor would be. Moreover, the people she would confront were also top warriors of the heavenly mandate realm. Many people were even wondering if the battle had been arranged by the Empress or Chin-He herself. No one knew the answer. Maybe both. If Chin-He wanted to choose a spiritual partner for herself in this way, she would test the candidate's real strength. In the world of cultivation, fighting was undoubtedly the best test method. Today, more and more people in Brahma Sky City came to believe that Brahma's pure sky might be serious this time, and they were probably really choosing a cultivating partner for Chin-He. It is said that this time it is not only the top forces of the heavenly mandate realm that have arrived but also top forces in the demon realm. Who do you think will break through the Xiantian matrix and come to the Xiantian Pavilion to meet Chin-He goddess? Someone asked in the restaurant. They should all have a chance, someone said. Hearing his words, suddenly, many people looked at the speaker, sneering, their eyes full of contempt. The young man saw people's eyes and knew he had said something wrong. His face was burning a little, and he looked toward the elder figures at the same table. His elder also gave him a stare and said, "If Brahma's pure sky wants to choose a spiritual partner for Saintess Chin-He, many people will go all out for this battle. Do you know how powerful Goddess Chin-He is, and how powerful the goddesses below the throne of the 9 skies are? They are jointly in charge of this large matrix, and it may even happen that no one of this generation in the heavenly mandate realm can crack it. But the people who came this time are also top figures. It shouldn't be very hard for them, right?" the young man murmured. He seemed afraid of being laughed at, so he lowered his voice a bit. "It depends on how well they can cooperate. They are going to face the Brahma's pure skies Xiantian matrix in charge of many saintesses. At present, no one knows how powerful it will be, but don't forget what skills the Brahma's pure sky excels at," the elder continued. "The spiritual soul attack," the young man replied. The peerless Empress of Brahman's pure sky could read minds all over the 3,000 realms. The Brahma's pure sky's attack power was also absolutely incredible nowadays. Her Majesty hasn't engaged in any combat for so many years. The world now only knows about her dazzling and unparalleled beauty but has forgotten how majestic Her Majesty was at that time," the elder said with emotion. Many people thought of the rumors of the past, feeling emotional. Not long ago, in the celestial gate of vast heaven, those warriors of divine palace from outside used the extremely powerful way of sonic wave, the divine sound. However, it was said that Chin-He goddess's cultivation of the great Brahma heavenly voice was also the top one below the Renhuang figures of Brahma's pure sky. The great Brahma heavenly voice. Many people murmured. The Brahma pure sky was not specialized in sound wave attacks, and the great Brahma voice actually was the power to attack one's spiritual soul and disturb one's mind. In cooperation with the divine sword of cleansing, the great Brahma voice was almost invincible in killing spiritual souls. It was recognized as the strongest attack skill against spiritual souls in the heavenly mandate realm. And now, all the goddesses were at the Xiantian large matrix together, of which the power might be inestimable. People would only know it when they saw it for themselves. Brahma's pure sky is also good at the way of music? At this time, a voice said. Although it was not very loud, it seemed to have a strange power, and many people could hear it clearly. They followed the voice and saw a group of figures coming from the void sky. Every one of them had an extraordinary temperament, and even though the people who followed behind didn't release any life force, people all felt an invisible pressure from their glances. These people were all of Rahuan levels. They are all warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty, people thought to themselves and felt stirred. The person who took the head must be heavenly mandate dynasty crown prince, Etienne, and the people around him should be his brothers. Each one of them was a top-level figure. It was rumored recently that some excavations had been completed in the ancestors' mausoleum of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and perhaps these people had become stronger. The great Brahma heavenly voice of Brahma's pure sky is indeed the art of music and aims to attack spiritual spirits. It is not a pure music cultivation method, Etienne said. His brother came out of the divine sound palace and was a direct disciple of the palace lord. His accomplishment in the way of sound was the best below Renhuang figures in the divine palace. As for in the heavenly mandate realm, his ability in music should be unmatched. The young man nodded and smiled, saying, "If so, I am looking forward to it even more. I also want to see what the proud lady who refused my brother looks like," a young man with a slightly mature look said with a smile. He was personable and was the most senior person from the divine palace. Even Etienne would address him as his elder brother. "Brother, don't expose my scars," Etienne said and shook his head with a bitter smile. People around him saw this and looked surprised. It was said that the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty was an extremely proud person, but now it seemed that the rumors were not completely true. Of course, perhaps only when he was in front of figures as outstanding as him, such as brothers of the same sect, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate would be so humble. If he was facing outsiders, maybe it would be impossible. But there are many sisters in the divine palace who admire you, and all of them are very talented and stunning women. But in the divine palace, you never thought about having a spiritual partner and just focused on cultivation. Now you are back in the heavenly mandate realm and have to participate in this. Probably this is your family's mission." His brother smiled and said. Etienne didn't say anything. If it had not been for the family mission, he would have lived more freely. However, now the grudges of 2 generations had fallen on him, and he would naturally do his best to bring the heavenly mandate dynasty to an unprecedented height. This was his mission, and he would put his all into it. After doing all this, maybe he would pursue the supreme heavenly way as he wanted. The path was long and arduous, and he had a long way to go. At this time, there was the sound of the wind blowing coming from the void sky. Everyone looked up and saw light shining. Divine birds came down. The divine light of golden raven, the glory of golden pink bird, and the aura of phoenix shone at the same time. How glaring the sky and the earth was! Everyone saw this scene and immediately understood that warriors of the demon sky court from the demon realm had arrived. "The life force is so strong," said a young man next to Etienne as he looked up to the void sky. All the divine birds in the group were of Saint Plane with extremely strong life forces. "You should have all heard of the cultivators of the demon sky court of the heavenly mandate realm," Etienne said. Everyone nodded. They all knew about the top forces in the 9 supreme realms. "It seems that this time, we will have a chance to see the most outstanding people in the heavenly mandate realm," someone said with a smile, expectant. Although they came from the divine palace and were all top figures, they were not invincible, just like the top warriors of the heavenly mandate realm, and they might not be stronger than them. Now, since they had the opportunity to cross the realms and compete with other top figures, they were also looking forward to this chance. In the void sky, warriors of the demon sky court glanced down with sharp eyes. In the heavenly mandate realm, the demon sky court was the top demon alliance, and could be said to be the powerful force with most people and the only one. Even the heavenly mandate dynasty couldn't compete with them from this perspective. The Dragon God clan, someone said. In the distance, another group of people was approaching. They instantly attracted the eyes of warriors of the demon sky court, including June's. June's eyes fell on one of them, Long Chun of the Dragon God clan, the warrior who had shared fame with him in the demon world. After that, the Divine Elephant clan, the Purple Gold Rat clan, the Ingzhan Mountain, and other forces had gradually all arrived. Suddenly, the area around the Xiantian Pavilion was like a gathering of all top figures. June, Longchen, and the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynast have all arrived. Only Dong Lu is not here, people commented. Below the Xiantian Pavilion, countless people were looking up toward the warriors who appeared from different directions. The best warriors of both the human race and the demon race in the Heavenly Mandate realm had all arrived except for Gu Donglu, who was tied with Yi Tianyu. It was said that he would not show up. The celestial gate of vast heaven has arrived, a voice said. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward one direction, where Yi Futian and his party showed up. At the forefront, Yi Futian, Jiang Taishu, Hua Qingyun, and Wang Yanbing, all of them, looked peerless. This lineup was terrifying. The lineup this time is even more terrifying than last time during the Violet Heavenly Palace's event. Many people whispered, their hearts full of anticipation. Who could break through the Xiantian matrix led by Qin He, the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky? Yi Tianyu looked toward the direction of the celestial gate of vast heaven and whispered, "They are here." They? People of the Divine Palace asked, looking over there. Then they saw Jiang Taichu, Yi Futian, and others. Their temperament was indeed extraordinary. The white-haired man broke the divine sound skill, Yi Tianyu said. Suddenly, all of their gazes fell on Yi Futian, especially the best disciple of the Divine Sound Palace next to Yi Tianyu, who was staring at him with a pair of sharp eyes. "I would like to see what his ability is like, but let brother break the matrix first," the young man said calmly. The purpose for them to come here today was not only to see the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm but also to help Yi Tianyu. Yi Futian naturally had also seen Yi Tianyu and others, but he just took a glance at them and looked away. He did not expect that the charm of the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky would be so great that the lineup of warriors who came this time was even better than that in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Of course, so many events that happened recently might also make the situation in Heavenly Mandate realm a little bit more intense, which was why cultivators of many forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm had become more sensitive. At this time, many people looked up toward the direction of Xiantian Pavilion and saw goddesses in long dresses descending from the sky and landing on different steps. They were all stunning beauties. Over the sky dome, there were constantly figures descending. They were like fairies first coming to the world of immortals, and they stood on the steps in different locations and looked tranquil. At the highest place, a peerless goddess slowly fell with breathtaking beauty. She was the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He. Qin He directly landed on the peak of Xiantian Pavilion. She sat on the ground, waving her hands, and an ancient zither appeared in front of her. Is it the great Brahma heavenly voice? People thought and felt unsettled. People had heard about this ultimate skill of Brahma's pure sky, but people's impressions of Qin He from Brahma Sky City had always been of the first goddess known for her great beauty, and they had almost neglected her strength. However, the great Brahma voice was the music of killing. Nobody knew what things would be like if the killing power erupted in Qin He's hands. "How many goddesses are there?" someone asked in a low voice and secretly counted the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, who appeared on the stairs of Xiantian Pavilion. "All the 81 goddesses have arrived," someone said. People had made it clear that on the Xiantian Pavilion stairs, there were 81 goddesses. In the Brahma's pure sky, there were 9 Jyotian sacred ladies, and under their thrones, they were respectively 9 goddesses. This meant that the 81 goddesses were all the saintesses in Brahma's pure sky. Such a lineup was terrifying. Of course, the goddesses with titles did not necessarily have high planes. In Brahma's pure sky, there were many cultivators whose cultivation levels were higher than that of the saintesses. Therefore, they could not be called the strongest figures of Brahma's pure sky. But, at this moment, many more figures walked down from the Xiantian pavilion. They were other cultivators from the Brahma's pure sky. They descended and showed up around the goddesses, enlarging the array. Seeing the scene, many people showed a different look. How many cultivators had the Brahma's pure sky deployed this time? However, even though hundreds of Saint Plain cultivators had shown up at the same time, when they scattered on the magnificent stairs of Xiantian pavilion of tens of thousands of feet, they were spread apart, and could barely occupy every position. At this time, over the Xiantian pavilion, there was a Renhuang warrior of the Brahma's pure sky. She looked down toward the crowd and said, "Today, Qin He will lead all cultivators of the Brahma's pure sky to challenge warriors of all forces in the heavenly mandate realm. People from all forces can join the battle this time. There is no limit on the number of people, and we will adjust the number of warriors on our side who participate in battles according to the situation. Anyone who gets hurt will be replaced. One more thing, the killing force in the matrix is not controllable. Therefore, for those who have not cultivated enough, please be cautious and do not enter the battlefield casually. Those who can reach Xiantian Pavilion will be considered as having cracked the matrix. Today, let's see who can take the lead to enter Xiantian Pavilion first." Her voice spread through the void sky, and everyone could hear it clearly. She waved her hand at everyone and said, "Please." After these words, she retreated to the Xiantian Pavilion and left the place for Qin He and the other goddesses. At this moment, on the Xiantian Pavilion stairs, Qin He was sitting there alone, looking peerless. She put her slim fingers on the strings as she gazed down. She didn't look to see the people below her. It was as if the bustling and noisy world below had nothing to do with her. At this time, Qin He gave people a feeling of loneliness. It was as if she was the only one in the world. In addition, Qin He didn't seem to have the kind of sweetness and gentleness that she usually had. Instead, her temperament was cold. Her long skirt fluttered slightly, and there seemed to be an aura of killing between the sky and the earth. Even though the crowd was far from her, they could clearly feel the changes in Qin He's temperament. Now, she was a completely different person. Cultivating in music? The young man of divine music palace next to Tianyu looked up at her in the void sky and whispered, "She is so beautiful." Indeed. If Tianyu could marry her, it would surely be a good story, the elder brother said with a smile. Even in the divine palace, Qin He's appearance could be considered peerless. Although cultivators of their levels were free from sexuality, they still admired beauty. Who did not like beautiful things? Someone has started to move. At this moment, they looked in one direction and saw a group of figures walking down the stairs. Their leader looked unusual and was dressed in luxurious clothes. They were very eye-catching, but their faces were quite unsightly. They were warriors of the Purple Gold Rat clan. Unexpectedly, the Demon clan took action first. The rats are so eager to challenge the Matrix. Do they want to improve their later generation's facial genes? Stop dreaming. Some human cultivators in the surroundings said jokingly. In the eyes of human cultivators, the purple golden rats didn't deserve Qin He. If they had some thoughts, they were absolutely delusional. This was probably the reason why the purple golden rats had been working hard. Even though they had become the top forces in the demon realm, the world was still prejudiced against them. In the world's eye, the rats were low-level demon beasts. Perhaps it would be difficult to change this stereotype with just one generation. It required the efforts of several generations. One day, when they stood at the real peak of the demon realm, the world could do nothing but admire them. Warriors of the Purple Golden Rat clan came to the bottom of the stairs. They looked up and said, cupping their hands, "We'd like to seek your advice." 32 warriors? People whispered. The Purple Golden Rat clan sent 32 warriors into the battle. After they said it, the radiant purple gold divine light shone all over their bodies, extremely sharp. It was as if golden air flows were emanating from them. At the same time, He began to play the piano with both hands above the void sky. The moment the music sounded, a sense of killing shrouded the stairs, making people feel extremely cold. Many goddesses started attacking at the same time, and the holy light over their bodies shone and bloomed. For a moment, the aura seemed to be integrated into the music of the zither. The great law between the sky and earth started flowing, and soon people found that the world in front of them had changed. On those stairs, there were countless phantoms. It was as if the stairs, tens of thousands of feet tall, was full of figures of the goddesses of the Saint Brahma sky. These figures seemed to be transformed from the goddesses' wills. At this moment, they all moved with the sound of the zither, as if led by He. For a time, the super matrix began to run on the stairs. Virum. 32 dazzling beams of purple gold lights rushed into the sky, reaching the max limit of speed. They could directly penetrate the great law. Bang, bang. Phantoms in the void sky directly shattered into pieces. The 32 beams of bright purple gold light rushed above the sky and were indestructible. It was as if they had created some kind of resonance, and the blooming divine glow directly penetrated the great path. It's so fast. People looked at the beams of divine light and remarked, but it was even hard for them to see things clearly. In an extremely short time, nobody knew how many phantoms had been destroyed. This scene had led many people to re-evaluate the strength of the purple gold rats. Although the purple gold rats looked extremely ugly, they were indeed very powerful now. However, the aura of the goddesses became more and more bright, and the rhythm became more and more urgent, penetrating the void sky and directly going into the eardrums of those purple golden rat warriors. They seemed to be in a trance. It was as if they were in an endless mirage, and the phantoms couldn't be dispelled. They want to break this matrix directly, but the purple gold rat clan doesn't have the strength to do it. Huang Qingyun, amid the crowd of the celestial gate of vast heaven, whispered. Futian also agreed with him. How could the matrix of the 81 goddesses be so easy to break through? Unless they had the absolute strength over He, they would be passive if they broke into the field directly like this. Warriors of the purple gold rat clan seemed to be too hasty. Maybe it was because they were eager to prove themselves. The great Brahma voice lingered between the sky and the earth. Even the spiritual souls of people who were not on the battlefield seemed to be strongly disturbed. It was as if the scenes before them had become unreal, and countless goddesses were dancing in front of their eyes. The warriors of the purple gold rats had also realized it. Although they were extremely fast, as they moved up, their wills became a little shaken, their spirits became unstable, and the great Brahma voice entered their eardrums like crazy. The sound also brought illusions and external wills into their minds. Boom! Extremely dazzling purple gold light erupted from the purple gold rats standing at the center, and their speed suddenly skyrocketed, penetrating numerous phantoms directly. Now, they could only continue breaking through the matrix. But at the next moment, they found countless phantoms of goddesses holding divine swords at the same time show up, and the glory above the divine swords directly threatened their spiritual spirits. Be careful! The purple golden rat in the middle said, but it was too late before he said it. The great Brahma voice became more emphatic and powerful. It contained an extremely powerful killing mood. At the same time, in their minds, countless divine swords dropped down, like otherworldly weapons that annihilated everything. With this sword out, their souls were pierced through, and the swords seemed to be able to ignore their physical defenses and directly cut their spiritual souls. Several vulnerable purple gold rats let out shrieks. It was as if their souls had been penetrated by tens of thousands of spirits and cut into segments. They spat out blood, and their bodies fell down from the air. The light emitting from their bodies instantly dimmed down, and the aura disappeared. Puoth warriors of the purple gold clan kept spitting out blood and fell one after another from the sky. They could not bear such an attack. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed. They, who wanted to move first, attracted the world's attention, but now they had failed and became typical negative examples. Today, in this situation, in which Brahma's pure sky had arranged such a large matrix, it was definitely not easy to break it easily. At this moment, Their embarrassment was now the same as their sense of fulfillment had been when they entered the matrix in the spotlight. Boom! As the last warrior of the Purple Golden Rat clan was knocked to the ground, the powerful killing will gradually dissipated. The phantoms disappeared, and everything returned to peace. However, the peerless goddess at the top of the Xiantian pavilion stairs was still surrounded by a cold, murderous life force. He looked down at the ancient zither in front of her, and moved her slender fingers away from it. In the previous battle, it seemed that her zither played a role in leading the willpowers of the goddesses to launch the terrifying spiritual attacks. The vast and boundless space was extremely quiet. People looked down again and saw that the warriors of the Purple Gold Rat clan, whose bodies had been crushed, stood upright and looked up at the stairs. The defense of the Purple Gold Rats was actually very strong, but their spiritual souls still couldn't bear the great attacks of the great Brahma voice and the divine sword of cleansing. The body of the leader of the Purple Golden Rat clan shone brightly. Purple gold light emitted from his eyes as if he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to have another try. Hiss! A sound of something breaking the air came, and the body of the Purple Gold Rat leader disappeared. He turned into a beam of purple gold light rushing directly toward the stairs, leaving an extremely bright light beam in the void sky. It was as if it was about to go straight up the sky. He's long hair was fluttering in the air above the stairs. Her cold and beautiful eyes glanced at the divine light in the lower sky, and then she suddenly struck the strings with her hand. The forceful sound of zither erupted. Almost at the same moment, the goddesses released their wills, which resonated with the music of the zither. An illusory divine light penetrated the void sky, like a sword of emptiness, pure and flawless. It chopped down over the rat's body and stopped the purple gold divine light in the void sky. The figure of the divine light appeared, which continued breaking through the void sky. The rat was trying to cross the stairs with his own strength. He was still playing the zither with her head lowered and ignored him. Behind her body, a statue of the divine goddess showed up. This goddess seemed to have many arms, each holding a sword at the same time. Countless elusive figures were appearing above the head of the Purple Golden Rat. In the great Brahma heavenly voice, the light of the divine sword was shining, purifying everything in the world. Boom! The Nirvana plane Purple Golden Rat stopped again, trembling, and tens of thousands of swords penetrated his spiritual soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and as a beam of light fell, his body again fell into the lower sky. His legs were bent, and he was half kneeling on the ground, blood oozing out from his mouth. It was obviously not easy to forcibly go through the Xiantian matrix alone. Even He's ability was not less than that of the rat. Besides, even though the rat had been injured by the shock, He's zither sound did not stop, and the great Brahma voice continued. The Xiantian matrix turned translucent, and countless phantoms of goddesses appeared and filled the stairs tens of thousands of feet long. Those who looked up from below the stairs could no longer see where he was. "Time to retreat," said the demon emperor of the Purple Gold Rat clan. The forcible attack this time was a complete failure. They couldn't shake the Xiantian matrix in the slightest bit. He seems to be a little different than before," Futian murmured and looked at the dissipating figures in the distance. He was full of killing will while playing the zither. She was completely different from the Futian was familiar with. Was it because she was fighting on the battlefield, or was it because of the change of her state of mood? "She is indeed a bit different," said Jiang Taichu next to him. "Besides, it is useless to rely on a large number of people to crack the Xiantian matrix. Such a strategy is not even as efficient as having a single top figure challenge it." Futian nodded slightly. He had also realized this. Earlier, the warriors of the Purple Gold clan broke into the matrix, but, in fact, they all fought alone. In the large-scale attack of the great Brahma voice and the divine sword of cleansing, all of them received attacks of the same level. Therefore, people with the lowest plane were injured first. The only solution is to let the whole team have the same level of attacking ability. In this way, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty will be the most promising one to break the matrix among all the top forces. Hua Qingyuan said in a low voice. Futian and others were silent. What Hua Qingyuan said was not unreasonable. Previously, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had performed the combined attack of 9 warriors, which had amazing killing power in cooperation with the divine sound skill. Now many of Etienne's brothers had also arrived, and the effect of their combined attack would undoubtedly be far stronger than that of warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They would become the strongest force to fight together. Speaking of breaking the matrix, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was the most promising. Everyone present was not ordinary, so they could all tell. At this moment, another figure stepped forward. He came out by himself. It was Long Chen of the Dragon God clan. Long Chen knew that the Dragon God clan was not good at combining attacks. They were afraid that they would be defeated one by one in the matrix, so it was better for him to try it alone and directly break into the Xiantian matrix. Long Chen is ready to attack, people murmured. Both human cultivators and warriors of the demon realm were very concerned when they saw Long Chen come out. This top figure of the Dragon God clan was equivalent to Etienne in the demon realm, but the world was not clear about how strong he really was. At most, one purple blood divine dragon could appear in one generation in the Dragon God clan, and in this era, the dragon was Long Chen. Dressed in a dragon robe, Long Chen stood there with an imposing bearing, like a towering mountain. He looked up at the stairs and then took a step forward, walking directly toward the stairs. The moment he stepped on the stairs, he seemed to be surrounded by countless phantoms, and the great Brahma voice flowed directly into his eardrums, making his mind confused. But then from his body, a horrifying, bloody roar burst out. Suddenly, the void sky turned into the color of appalling blood. He didn't look at anyone, nor did he see where they were. But the terrifying glow of blood just engulfed the stairs of tens of thousands of feet as if it had covered every corner of the world. "Is this the power of the purple blood dragon?" people exclaimed, their hearts beating fast. They even felt that their own blood vessels also had a mysterious reaction and also were roaring and rumbling. Long Chen's blood force was indeed horrifying, which might be the strongest one below Ruhuang level that no one could compare with. Even warriors of the divine palace beside Etienne showed a surprised look. Someone said, "The purple blood divine dragon of the Heavenly Mandate realm indeed deserves the fame inherited from his ancestors. Is he the legendary mutant of purple blood royal family in the dragon clan?" Long Chen stood on the stairs, his spiritual soul trembling the space. His eyes turned the color of blood, and he raised his hand and clawed toward the void sky. Suddenly, countless blood-colored real dragons appeared and circled around the world. Those exploding gusts of blood force at this moment all turned into bloody true dragons. The blood in the goddess's veins was also roaring and tumbling as if this monstrous blood sea devoured everyone. "Be careful!" a voice sounded in all the goddess's ears. Long Chen was standing on the stairs, and a horrifying dragon's shadow showed up over his body, roaring against the sky. The void air was shaking violently. He raised his fist and punched directly into the void space. "The power of the dragon god," people said, hearts beating hard when the fist strike came out. This was the first time for most people to see Long Chen attack. It was so intimidating that he could be considered appalling. The punch blasted out, and those bloody dragons roared and dashed toward those ladies. Many ladies in the Xiantian matrix let out groans. The blood in their bodies seemed to be out of their control, and their delicate bodies were about to break and collapse. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions came out, and many ladies have shaken away. The ladies behind them, who had not fought yet, immediately replaced them, but they also felt their blood surging and roaring. Long Chen's attack was extremely overbearing. The zither music became more intense. Wind and clouds danced in the vast void sky. Many divine swords of cleansing showed up, piercing into the sky and thrusting toward Long Chen. Roar! The sound of the dragon roaring trembled the sky. Long Chen's dragon soul seemed to directly depart from his body and turn into a purple blood divine dragon. The gigantic dragon encircled his human body. The horrifying divine sword of cleansing arrived and tried to cut through his spiritual soul, but the defense power of that purple blood dragon was also amazingly strong. The blood light directly entangled the sword and competed with it. Boom! Long Chen took a step forward, forcibly approaching the goddesses. Each time he took a step, the void sky trembled. The blood in goddesses' bodies kept growling, and the sound of dragon rumbling shattered the void sky. Every step and every growl of the dragon contained the power of the dragon god, which was extremely overbearing. Etienne watched Long Chen breaking into the matrix and felt stirred. There was another top figure. It seemed that the current generation of the demon realm was not inferior to human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm at all. However, at this moment, with the great Brahma heavenly voice, countless figures were attacking toward Long Chen. Although he was still marching forward, he was also badly affected. Another trembling sound of the dragon growling came and shook the world. Long Chen directly transformed into a divine dragon and merged into the dragon's soul. He rose up and forcibly cut open many attacks from the divine sword. Qin He didn't raise her head and was still playing the zither. The wills of many goddesses resonated. Behind her, the holy figure showed up again, like a goddess with 3 heads and 6 arms, glaring at the lower sky. Countless divine swords of nothingness dropped down and chopped toward the body of the dragon. The divine dragon let out trembling dragon roars and flew all the way up. The goddess drew many palm prints using her 6 arms at the same time, and the countless divine swords merged into one and chopped down. Boom! The dragon's body stopped, and the palm print of the goddess remained in the void air. The finger of the palm once again pointed down, and another divine sword fell again, penetrating directly from the head of the dragon to its body, disregarding its defense. Roar! A loud roar came out, and many more ladies were injured by the shock, but as another sword fell down, the divine dragon could no longer bear the attack and retreated to the lower sky. The divine dragon turned back to Long Chen. He looked up at the divine lady, who was playing the zither in the void sky, and sighed. It seems that it is impossible for a single person alone to break Goddess's matrix. After saying those words, he turned around and left. Despite his failure, the strength reflected in his performance was still shocking. Long Chen's failure also made people realize that it was impossible to rely on a single person to break the Xiantian matrix. From this perspective, it seemed that there weren't many top forces in the vast heavenly mandate realm who could break the matrix. Perhaps now, the most promising team was the heavenly mandate dynasty. For other forces, it might be almost impossible. After Long Chen, the divine elephant cultivators tried to break the matrix. Many of the huge beasts reverted to their original forms and trampled on people's spiritual souls. This was a horrifying sight to see, and many of the goddesses were wounded and forced to flee. But in the end, the divine elephants were still defeated. Many of them were using the divine elephant stomping the sky technique, but they still could not block the Xiantian matrix. However, they had managed to seriously threaten the Xiantian matrix of Brahma's pure sky and had created an incredibly strong breaking force. When they stampeded, they could break almost anything. Afterward, Yingzhou Mountain tried as well, but they were defeated. They did not even do as well as the divine elephants had. In terms of team combat ability of the demonic beasts, the divine elephants were in the top 2. The only ones who could resist them were the Sky Demon Court, who had had many powerful fighters and thus had great individual combat ability. Even the dragon gods were not as good as them. After all, the dragon's gods could not launch a simultaneous attack like the divine elephant stomping the sky technique, and thus they were not as good at team combat. The Sky Demon Court are the only ones who have not tried yet. Up in the vast sky, countless people were watching the top forces that had appeared in every direction. Among the top forces of the heavenly mandate realm, the Sky Demon Court was the only one who had not tried to break the matrix yet. All of the other forces had tried and failed. This made the people watching the battle look very somber. Sure enough, it was incredibly difficult to break through the matrix that was led by Qin He. Now, the Sky Demon Court was the only demonic clan that still had a chance to do so. It seemed like things would turn out just as expected. Among all the top human powers, only the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could threaten the Matrix. If Qin He wanted to find a cultivation partner, it would be quite appropriate for her to make her decision based on this matrix that she was in charge of. Now, It all depended on who could lead the other cultivators to break the matrix. At that moment, another group of figures stepped out. They were the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Under Zhang Yuan's leadership, they stepped to the bottom of the stairs. Thunder boomed all over his body, and brilliant lightning cracked. The people around him were all flashing with the power of thunder will. Suddenly, storm clouds rolled over the place where they were standing, making it all look very gloomy. The Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to have been holding their breath ever since the feasts in the Origin Mountains and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhang Yuan had once been hailed for his supreme body of the Great Path, but ever since his defeat, he had felt more and more like he did not even exist, especially among all the great figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Du Donglu were such powerful heroes that it made it so that everyone seemed to forget about the man with the supreme body of the Great Path. But Zhang Yuan had been holding his breath all along, and so had the Violet Heavenly Palace. He had formed the Xiantian Matrix, and no one had been able to break it. If the Violet Heavenly Palace could, then they could finally take that breath. Thunder boomed up in the sky, and the clouds covered the sun, forming a terrible, apocalyptic matrix. All of the thunder will of the cultivators in front of Zhang Yuan seemed to flow into him. Zhang Yuan led the matrix, gathering all of the thunder of the heavens and the earth into himself. Zhang Yuan led the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace in their assault upon the matrix. Endless thunder suffused Zhang Yuan's body. There was no doubt that he had gathered up the most power here. All kinds of will were there for him to use, and he was an avatar of a god of thunder. Thunder boomed as the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped up to form their matrix. At the moment their attack fell, endless apocalyptic lightning swept down, containing the power to destroy one's very soul. It was able to destroy divine sword light that was shooting towards them. This force seemed like it would be able to destroy the Xiantian Matrix. The devastating lightning was like a catastrophe of the Great Path. It destroyed everything it touched, including the images of all the goddesses. Zhang Yuan was in his thunder form. He floated up the stairs without stopping, and everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed utterly. All of the lightning of the Great Path is gathered together in his form, and he is using his supreme body of the Great Path to wield it, everyone thought to themselves, trembling. This attack that the Violet Heavenly Palace had launched was incredibly powerful. It seemed like Zhang Yuan was trying to prove himself once again. The catastrophe sword shot out towards the endless phantoms, and a groan came from within the matrix as someone was seriously wounded. He looked down at Zhang Yuan. Was he trying to wash the Violet Heavenly Palace's shame by defeating her? She strummed a chord, and countless notes filled the air. They resonated with the Great Path. Within the Xiantian Matrix, everyone's wills joined together. The music seemed to change, becoming more powerful and energetic, as well as harsher. She looked down at her instrument, and began to play faster and faster. The music of Brahma's pure sky transformed into a formless storm of notes that covered all of the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhang Yuan was at the center of all their power. He might be able to block it, but what about the others? Countless images of divine maidens appeared in the minds of all the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace. They all saw a sword as well, a sword that was completely heedless of all their thunder. The powerful music abruptly stopped, but at that moment, the harsh feeling grew even stronger. He placed her delicate hands on the strings and rested them there. She looked down and plucked the strings. Suddenly, a harsh sound burst forth from her instrument. Cough, cough, cough! The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace all coughed up blood at the same time, as if the total combination of all their techniques was still very weak. At that moment, Zhang Yuan went pale. His aura grew weaker. He was looking down at him, and she did not stop. He ran her fingers over the strings, and Zhang Yuan felt countless swords cut into his soul and pierce his body. He felt like he was at the edge of death. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth. The sound of thunder still emitted from his body, but a look of deep pain was in his eyes. But all he saw looking back at him was a pair of cold eyes. At that moment, He seemed to understand that he had been trying to use this chance to prove himself, but he also had a lot riding on this battle. He turned and walked back down. Everyone watched him. They could feel a faint sense of sadness coming off of his supreme body of the great path. Ever since that battle where he had fallen from grace, it seemed like he had never had a chance to climb back up. Your legend could be shattered in a single battle, but to rebuild it, you needed to prove yourself time and time again. The Violet Heavenly Palace's matrix had been defeated, and 10,000 Divine Mountain did not seem to want to participate. Other than the Sky Demon Court, the only forces left were the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. And many people would say that, in truth, this had always been a battle between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had always wanted to form a marriage alliance with Brahma's pure sky, and it was said that he was interested in Futian. But from what they had seen today, it seemed like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would have a much better chance of breaking the matrix than the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The vast area around Her Excellency Xiantian seemed extremely quiet. The people of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did not move, and it appeared that the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were not planning on moving either. "What do you think?" Hua Qingyan asked Futian. They had no intention of forming a marriage alliance. He may have been very good looking, but if Futian and her became cultivation partners, they would lack the required emotional connection, and so it would be rather dull. This would affect his cultivation. He knew the news that had come from the outside world. Thus, he had asked Futian to play the main role in today's events. If they wanted a marriage alliance, Futian would be the best person to offer up. The elder of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven clearly wanted this, but Futian had said that he and he were just friends. But now, they had to stop the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty no matter what. At the very least, they absolutely could not allow them to form a marriage alliance with Brahma's pure sky. It was better to leave this problem to Futian. Hua Qingyuan did not want to deal with it. Futian shrugged. "I have no opinion." They would wait and see what the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did. Over on the other side where the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was, Tianyu and the others were watching the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The youth beside Tianyu said, "Brother, it seems that they are waiting for us." "What is the difference between waiting and being powerless?" said someone beside him. Tianyu laughed. No one thought that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would be able to break the matrix, but from what they could see, their matrix had no weaknesses. They had a chance to break the Xiantian matrix. Thus, they could not take this too lightly. They wanted to be the ones to do it, and so they must use their thunder techniques to break the Xiantian matrix. "Brothers, shall we teach the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky a lesson together?" Tianyu finally said to the people around him. "We have been waiting for you to say that." "Good." Everyone else nodded as well. Tianyu looked behind him and said, "He of Brahma's pure sky is leading the matrix herself, so we must give this our all. Come with me, and we will break the matrix." "Yes, Your Highness," they all answered. 2 of them had been trained in the Divine Palace. The rest were all common disciples, but they were still extremely talented. As the group of them strode forward with such might, everyone watching felt like the Xiantian matrix was about to be broken. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's matrix was too powerful. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty walked to the foot of the stairs. Yin Tianjiao called up to He far above him. "I am Yin Tianjiao, here with my brothers to test the strength of the goddess's matrix." After he said this, the musician beside him knelt down. A Duqin spirit flashed to life, and its power joined with his own in an instant. Divine light covered him. He was sitting at the very top, and he was sitting at the very bottom. This young man was named Yen Sui, and he was the most outstanding disciple of the Divine Music Palace. He had been trained in divine sounds by the Palace Lord, and his learning ran incredibly deep. He was in the top 10 of all the disciples under the Renhuang of the Divine Palace. "Divine sounds are the best way of teaching Brahma's pure sky a lesson," said Yen Sui with a slight smile. He looked up at He in the sky. His expression was relaxed. It was as if there was no pressure. Previously, all of the people had been unable to withstand the rhythmic sorcery attacks as they tried to break the matrix. Now that he was on the battlefield, he would turn his opponent's attacks into nothing. He looked down at him. Her music rang out with astonishing sharpness. It seemed like the air grew cold and foreboding in an instant. Everyone around them who heard the music seemed to be able to sense He's state of mind. Could it be that she had not wished to engage in this confrontation at all? But no one had time to think about that. Yen Sui's music rang out at the same time, and Yin Tianyu and the others stepped up into the air. Divine light suddenly flashed from them. They began to sing, and it sounded like the song of the Great Path. Their voices resonated with the worldly Great Path. Their music was directly integrated into the Guqin music. In a flash, all of the cultivators could feel two powerful forces of rhythmic sorcery come into being at the same time. A formless light curtain completely covered the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as they started to fly up the stairs. Yen Sui floated up from where he was sitting on the ground as he plucked at his Guqin strings, following behind the rest of them. The cultivators in front of him formed up into several different huge matrices, each one with 9 people. But all of these matrices together formed a single whole, and they were all controlled by Yen Sui. Yin Tianyu was in the foremost one. His body was shining with divine light as if he was the invincible spearhead of the whole formation. The music of Brahma's pure sky fell upon them, trying to influence their wills, but the rhythmic sorcery that was bursting forth from Yen Sui's divine sounds clashed with it in midair. One could not see any physical forces colliding, but at that moment, a suffocating pressure fell upon the Xiantian matrix. As this invisible clash happened, a great deal of will of the Great Path was shattered into nothingness. Brahma's pure sky is unable to seize the upper hand. Below the stairway, all of the cultivators in the vast area were paying close attention to the battle. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was the force with the greatest hope of breaking the power of the matrix. And just as expected, the divine sounds were well suited to the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and they resonated with them as they clashed invisibly with the music of Brahma's pure sky. Everyone looked towards Yin Tianyu and saw that all around him, the will of the Great Path was being destroyed. The music resonated with the Great Path and coalesced upon Yin Tianyu's body, pushing his aura, which was already extremely strong, to the limit. It seemed like he would become strong enough to smash the Great Path itself. An endless, violent airflow erupted from him and swept up the long stairway. One only had to look at the airflow to feel its power. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was clearly far stronger than the Violet Heavenly Palace. The sharp music of the Great Path rang out, and a brush appeared in Yin Tianyu's hand. It was the Qianqiu brush. Not only that, but the resonating of the Great Path also made many other Qianqiu brushed appear in the air around them. Each one contained incredibly strong killing power. Yin Tianyu looked up into the sky and said, "The goddesses have offended us." As he said this, they pointed up at them with the Qianqiu brush. In a flash, the endless killing airflow swept up towards the Xiantian matrix, covering the entire staircase as it went. He had naturally known that this would be a difficult battle. The Xiantian matrix was extremely strong, but the power of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's matrix was astonishing as well. Thus, she had to put her all into this. Her face turned solemn, and she plucked the strings of her Guqin. In a flash, the powerful spiritual will that had gathered together within her spread out through the matrix, as if she were pouring it into it. In the Xiantian matrix, there was a goddess forming the matrix in each direction, as well as all the cultivators under their command. There were 9 goddesses under the Empress of Brahma's pure sky, and they were divided into 9 different bloodlines. Each bloodline was skilled at different things, and thus the powers that they could wield were different. A massive collision rocked the Xiantian matrix. Yin Tianyu was walking through the air with a terrible purpose. The music still played as the image of a goddess appeared behind Qin He. Invisible swords shot through the air, trying to break the matrix of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Yen Sui looked up at Qin He and smiled coldly. He plucked his strings, and the music resonated with the Great Path. All of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty seemed to join together, and terrible divine light bloomed from Tianyu. At that moment, a brilliant golden Kunping bird appeared in a swirl of music, covering all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm. It seemed that they had transformed into it. Countless swords shot towards them, but they could not break through their defenses. Their defenses were no longer merely of flesh and blood, as their wills had merged and had all been integrated into Tianyu. Under the Kunping's curtain of light, Tianyu was able to bear all of the pressure by himself. This was different from the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, who had been defeated in an instant by a similar attack. Golden light shone from Tianyu's eyes. He waved the Qianqiu brush and drew out the characters Crush, Power, and Earth. In a flash, many cracking sounds rang out as many of the goddesses in the Xiantian matrix were struck by a terrible killing will. Their robes were stained with blood as they were sent flying off the battlefield. But Tianyu did not cease his attack. He lowered the Qianqiu brush and descended. Killing light shone as the divine sounds played. Everyone watched as the killing will started to cover the entire stairway. You should give up. You can't stop us, said Tianyu as he watched the images of women continuously appear in the matrix. He continued forward. The Xiantian matrix has lost the upper hand, everyone thought. Both the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's matrix and the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty himself were too strong. With such excellent cooperation between them, the Xiantian matrix would surely be broken soon. Change the matrix, called Qin He in a cold voice. Suddenly, all the women on the stairway flashed, and more phantoms appeared, filling the whole area. Even the killing will that had come from the Qianqiu brush could not tell if it was attacking real opponents. But it seemed that Tianyu did not care. He pointed into the sky, and a loud cry came from the Qianqiu brush as more Qianqiu brushes formed. They shot out in different directions. At the same time, the Kunping flapped its wings, and golden light burst forth from it, shooting out into the air. Since Brahma's pure sky was still resisting, he would let them feel the entirety of his power. His father, the dynastic overlord, hoped that he would marry Qin He. This would determine the future of the heavenly mandate realm. But even if they could not form a marriage alliance, he would not care too much. As long as Brahma's pure sky stayed honest and kept to themselves, that would be fine. Even without the marriage alliance, their absolute strength would undoubtedly prove to be a good deterrent. So, since Brahma's pure sky had set up this matrix, he would not go easy on them. Those watching could see people fleeing from the Xiantian matrix continuously, their robes stained with blood. Some of them had been seriously wounded. At that moment, the music of Brahma's pure sky rang through the air. Everyone could feel its solemn atmosphere. All of the goddesses began to chant, and suddenly, the Xiantian matrix gathered together. The figure of a massive goddess formed in the air above Tianyu. Although she was stunning, she was fierce as well. She had 3 heads and 6 arms. As Qin He's music played, the massive goddess held a sword in each of her 6 hands. Countless beams of brilliant sword light shrieked out and collided with the onrushing airflow. Divine purifying light was shining from her and transforming into heavenly swords. It was like an indestructible cleansing light. The many Qianqiu brushed shot through the air, but they were shattered into nothingness by the purifying swords as they were cut through. Only the brushes closest to Tianyu continued to release the terrifying airflow. But the sword light continued to fall until it reached the giant Kunping. It began to break through its defenses bit by bit. Whoosh! Life spirits bloomed, and the divine picture of the heavenly mandate appeared. The divine sounds resonated with it, and divine light covered Tianyu's body. The Kunping flashed as it flapped its wings and rose up into the sky up towards where the sword light was coming from. It raked out with its talons, trying to attack the goddess. The goddess's arm descended as she slashed out with her sword at the Kunping's talon. There was a shocking collision, and a wild storm of the great path burst out. The Kunping flapped its wings and continued upwards. The purifying swords turned into endless beams of light that lashed down and struck it. Boom! 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 The great path trembled. Many of the cultivators of both Brahma's pure sky and the heavenly mandate dynasty had joined together, combining their powers. It was simply shocking to behold. The very sky was shaking. Women of Brahma's pure sky were sent flying out of the matrix one after another. Their wills could not bear the assault. The Kunping continued up. Everyone trembled as they witnessed this scene. "The matrix is about to break," said Hua Qingshan from among the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian could see it as well, but they had expected this. The Xiantian matrix could not withstand the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty, especially the ones from the divine palace who were willing to support Yin Tianyu for the sake of jealousy. The prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty may have been arrogant, but he was also very popular. At that moment, a look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. He saw that within the Xiantian matrix, Qin He had stopped playing her guqin. She stepped forward, graceful as a fairy, and entered into the image of the massive goddess, becoming one with it. "She's still not willing to give up," said Hua Qingyun with a look of surprise. "It looks like she's serious this time," said Jiang Taichu quietly. Once Qin He had entered the image of the goddess, her attack power increased tremendously. She pressed down upon the rising Kunping. The violent collision made everyone in the area tremble inwardly. Yin Tianyu had used nearly all of his strength in this great battle and used the ultimate arts of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The battle made Yi Futian think of the battle between Yin Tianyu and third brother, but this was even more violent since the power of entire matrices had been added in. This amount of power seemed like it went beyond the limits of the Saint Plane. "You still haven't given up?" came Yin Tianyu's voice from his matrix. Qin He had not stopped yet. Bang! 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 There was a series of violent collisions that made everyone's hearts tremble. Hua Qingyan watched the scene, then looked at Yi Futian and said, "She is fighting so hard against Yin Tianyu. Could it be that she wants someone else to be the one to win?" Qin He was fighting so fiercely this time. It was like she had become a different person. "Brahma's pure sky has not said anything, we shouldn't speculate," said Yi Futian softly. He was watching as well and was a little bit surprised at Qin He's determination. Boom! The great path collapsed, and the sky trembled. A group of figures was sent flying downwards, all of them spitting up blood and with blood-stained robes. They were all cultivators of Brahma's pure sky. The Xiantian matrix had crumbled. Qin He had been knocked back as well, and her robes were blood-stained. She may have been fiercely determined, but the people of Brahma's pure sky could not bear this battle. The Xiantian matrix had been broken. The heavenly mandate dynasty had been the ones to do it. Yin Tianyu and the others were too strong. The Xiantian matrix was broken, and Qin He had been wounded, along with many of the cultivators who had formed the matrix. Yin Tianyu's powerful aura dissipated, and Yen Sui stopped playing. The disciples of the divine palace watched Qin He. There was none of the arrogance or disdain of victors in their eyes. On the contrary, most of them looked at her with a sense of respect. They were all powerful figures in that they could jointly support an attack that was being enhanced by divine sounds, and they had been able to force such a powerful collision. The goddesses of Brahma's pure sky were worthy of their reputation as well. They were all top figures in their own right. Yin Tianyu walked up the stairs, his fellow disciples following behind him until they made it up to Xiantian Pavilion. Qin He's robes were fluttering in the wind. Although they were blood-stained, they still could not hide her splendor. Her face was cold as she looked at Yin Tianyu. "You are supernaturally powerful, Goddess Qin, and the Xiantian matrix is marvelous. If I did not have my brothers helping me, and it was just me, a simple cultivator from the heavenly mandate dynasty, trying to break the matrix, who knows what would have happened?" This was an unusual attitude for Yin Tianyu. He was being incredibly humble and polite. "You have broken the matrix, Your Highness, so please come up to Xiantian Pavilion." Qin He did not display very much emotion as she spoke to Yin Tianyu indifferently. Yin Tianyu nodded, and he and the other cultivators walked up the stairs to Xiantian Pavilion. But they stopped at the edge of the pavilion and looked down. It seemed that they wanted to watch the others charging at the Xiantian matrix. The people from Brahma's pure sky returned to their original places, but many of them could no longer fight, and so they left the battlefield. The matrix was now missing quite a few people. Everyone down below was looking at Qin He. She had just fought very fiercely, putting her all into the battle, which had led to her being wounded. This would probably affect the next fight. She could have given up in the last battle, but she had not. After the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Sky Demon Court were the only two forces that had not gone yet. Dazzling light was shining over where the demons of the Sky Demon Court were. Jun's eyes seemed to be glowing with golden fire as he looked up at Qin He in the Xiantian pavilion. "Let's go," he said softly. When he said this, fiery wings appeared behind him. The most powerful divine birds of the demon realms flew around him and landed on the stairs to the Xiantian pavilion. Jun looked up at Qin He, brilliant light shining from him. "You just fought a battle," he said. "For us to attack you now would be kind of like taking advantage of your precarious situation. Why don't you give up, and we'll come and take a look?" "Come up," said Qin He as she looked down at him. When she said this, she lowered her head and played her guqin. The music of Brahma's pure sky rang out once again. Everyone watched the beautiful figure playing all alone and felt a deep sense of loneliness. "Pardon the intrusion," said Jun. He spread out his wings, and they covered the sky in an instant. Divine fire burst out, and it pierced through the sky like beams of sunlight, shooting up the stairs. When the phantoms appeared, they were burned up by the fire until there was nothing left of them. Powerful auras also burst out from the other divine birds. The figure of a huge demonic beast appeared, blotting out the sun as it flew upwards. This time there was no matrix, but the demons of the Sky Demon Court were number one in the demon realms. And if you did not include the Divine Palace in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's power, then the Sky Demon Court was the most powerful force in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Of course, that was only if the various families of the Sky Demon Court were united. After all, at that moment, the Kunping clan wanted to be independent. And the Phoenix clan and the Golden-Winged Giant Pink Bird clan were also very proud families. This was another fierce battle. Jun and the other demons of the Sky Demon Court fought violently, but at the same time, they came under a lot of pressure. Many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky were wounded and forced to flee the matrix, but some of the demons of the Sky Demon Court were wounded as well. In the end, the Sky Demon Court broke through the Xiantian Matrix's defenses, but they did not make the Matrix collapse like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had done. This time, Qin He was not as persistent as before. Perhaps it was because of lingering wounds from the last battle, and the fact that many of the members of the Matrix had been forced to sit out of the fighting. This time they were not as strong. Thus, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court also went up to the Xiantian Pavilion. They also stood at the edge, standing next to the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yin Tianyu and Jun looked at each other. They had fought in the Violet Heavenly Palace before, but at that time, they had just been testing each other, and so had not used all of their power. Afterward, the battle between Yin Tianyu and Gu Donglu had been a real fight. But Yin Tianyu and Jun were eminent talents of the human cultivating world and the demon cultivating world. As they stood there, it seemed like invisible fighting wool was spreading throughout the Xiantian Pavilion. After the Sky Demon Court, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were the last ones left to try. But after 2 battles, there would be a lot less pressure on them. After all, the power of the Xiantian Matrix had clearly lessened already. Previously, when they were at full strength, even top forces like the Sky Demon Court would have had a hard time attacking them. Everyone was watching the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. There had been a lot of rumors about Futian and Qin He spreading throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm. Was he not planning on doing anything? Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyan looked at Futian as well. It seemed like he, who was not even a disciple of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, had become the core member of their group. Of course, this did not mean that the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would place Futian above Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyan. It was just that this whole affair was about Qin He and her choice of a cultivation partner. Neither Jiang Taichu nor Hua Qingyan wanted to become her partner. Futian was undoubtedly the best choice. When he felt all those eyes on him, Futian stepped forward. The rest of the people from the celestial gate of vast heaven followed quickly. They all walked towards the stairs to the Xiantian pavilion. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Qin looked down at them, her beautiful eyes seeming to pierce through Futian even across the vast distance. She had a conflicted expression on her face. She did not know what to feel. She placed her fingers on the strings and got ready to play the guqin. Futian was very sensitive, and so he could feel Qin's gaze upon him. He could not quite tell what emotions she was displaying in her gaze. Besides Qin, Yin Tianyu and the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court were also watching him. "Is this the one who broke through the divine sounds?" whispered Yen Sui from beside Yin Tianyu. It seemed like he was very interested in Futian. Gu Donglu, who had fought with Yin Tianyu in the past, was not here today. So they naturally would only focus on the cultivator who had broken through their divine sounds. All was quiet as Futian looked back at Qin. "The Xiantian matrix is already weakened," he said. "A fight would not be fair. Why don't we try another method?" "Please come up, Lord Yi," said Qin as she looked down at him. Her fingers moved over the strings of her guqin. Amidst the melodious music, Futian looked up at her and said, "Pardon the intrusion." Upon saying this, he sat down. A look of surprise came over the faces of the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven all around him as he did this. He had been so polite when he spoke to Qin, but he had not said how he would fight. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun had let Futian take the lead in this battle. Why had he not said anything to them? His every movement was elegant and graceful. "What a master!" said many people with praise. At that moment, a guqin appeared in front of him. A look of surprise came over everyone's face. A guqin? Qin was playing a guqin on the steps to Xiantian Pavilion, and now Futian dared to pull one out as well? This most of the people there did not understand. Boom! Brilliant celestial light flashed from Futian as he activated the methods of the deed of thought comprehension and the mystical ways of celestial soul attraction. In an instant, the will of the great path was flowing wildly, and a celestial soul slowly materialized behind him. At the same time, Futian's fingers fell upon the guqin. For a moment, his music brought people to the infinite realm of ethereal space. It was like everyone had entered a whole new, marvelous world. The way of music! Everyone's hearts trembled. Futian was also skilled at rhythmic sorcery. "Let your saintly will flow into the music. Do not resist," said Futian. The people from the celestial gate of vast heaven looked surprised. Could it be that simple? Yu Wuchen, Qi Xiangang, and the others were the first to do so. The powerful will suddenly bloomed out, flowing along with the music and controlled by Futian's rhythmic sorcery. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun did so as well, and soon, all the other people from the celestial gate of vast heaven released their powerful saintly wills one after another, making them resonate with the music. Soon the amount of will contained within the music seemed to explode. Futian started to float upward into the sky slowly. All the other cultivators followed him. The storm of guqin music gradually grew fiercer. It raged between heaven and earth as the celestial soul grew larger. It was like a real celestial coming down to earth. What was more frightening was the immense piercing power that the guqin music had. When the music covered the stairs, all the cultivators within the Xiantian matrix suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Qin was also surprised by Futian's skill with the guqin. She suddenly felt that something was not right, and her expression changed. Her hands moved quickly as she watched Futian down below her. Futian, who was floating in the air, looked back at her. The celestial soul behind him was shining with terrifying celestial light. At that moment, the cultivators in the Xiantian matrix could feel their souls trembling. Futian pointed with his right hand and then placed his fingers on the guqin. Ding! The guqin music pierced through their souls and destroying countless phantoms within the Xiantian matrix. A loud moan rang out at the same time as all the goddesses went pale and were sent flying backward. However, they had not been subjected to a direct attack. The Xiantian matrix collapsed in an instant. Only some of the extremely strong goddesses managed to remain in place, but they could no longer form the matrix. Everyone was staring at the brilliant celestial light coming from the celestial soul. It seemed to merge with the great path itself. What happened? They did not understand what they were seeing. Had Yi Futian just integrated rhythmic sorcery into the mystical ways of celestial soul attraction? Had he just broken the matrix in an instant? Within the Xiantian matrix, Qin He's slender fingers were still on the strings of her guqin. She stared at Yi Futian, stunned. She had not even launched an attack, and the Xiantian matrix had already been broken. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She was stunned for a moment, but then she was relieved. Yi Futian was still floating in the air, and celestial light was spreading out from his guqin. He looked up at Qin He and said, "The Xiantian matrix is incredibly powerful, and so I had no choice but to take you by surprise. Please forgive me." He had needed to resort to trickery to break the matrix so quickly and had blended his music into the celestial soul attraction to create rhythmic sorcery that would assault their souls in an instant. In this way, he had not even needed to really fight Qin He. "You broke the Xiantian matrix with a trick that I used before. I am very ashamed. All the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm look at Prince Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven as the best cultivators of this generation. But in my view, you are not inferior to either of them, Lord Yi," said Qin He softly. Previously, the Xiantian matrix had used divine swords to cut people's spiritual souls, defeating the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan and the Violet Heavenly Palace in seconds. Now Yi Futian had used the same kind of trick on them, wounding all of the goddesses within the Xiantian matrix in an instant. Qin He's words were full of praise for Yi Futian. These days, the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm did indeed look at Yi Tianyu and Gu Donglu as the best. And Qin He had said that Yi Futian was not inferior to either of them. This placed Yi Futian above all other cultivators. This showed how she held him in such high esteem. "It seems that the rumors are true," everyone was saying quietly. They could see that this outstanding woman, Qin He, did indeed have a high opinion of Yi Futian. If this was the case, then wasn't it highly likely that Yi Futian was the one that she would choose as a cultivation partner? Moreover, did the fact that she had praised him so highly mean that she had feelings for him? Maybe she had wanted this all along, and that was why she had given Yi Futian this chance. "You are too kind, Goddess Qin. All of the people who formed the Xiantian matrix today are very powerful. Not one of them is anything less than a genius," answered Yi Futian. The praise that the two of them were lavishing on each other made everyone watching from far away look at them with more and more surprise. "Please come up, Lord Yi," said Qin He with a nod. "Thank you, Goddess." Yi Futian walked forward with the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven following behind. They all looked dazed. They had thought this would be a fierce battle. However, it had been almost too easy. They had not even come under any pressure. Yi Futian had broken the matrix in an instant, and afterward, Qin He had not kept fighting but had given up completely. "He is amazing," said Hua Qingyuan softly. He was worthy of admiration. It seemed that the elder had not been wrong. Yi Futian was indeed a good choice. Moreover, Yi Futian was an outstanding talent, and Qin He was the same. Both of them were also incredibly good-looking. It seemed to be a match made in heaven. If the two of them were together, it would become a tale for the ages. The group continued forward up the stairs to the Xiantian pavilion. On either side, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty watched Yi Futian and the others, especially Yi Tianyu and Yen Sui. "Was that just the celestial soul attraction mystical way of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven?" whispered Yen Sui. He had heard Yi Tianyu say that Yi Futian had used the mystical ways of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to defeat the Divine Sound. He must have used the same method to break the Xiantian matrix. He had used the mystical way as his main attack to assault the souls of the people in the Xiantian matrix. Qin He and the others had not been ready and had been caught off guard. Their spiritual souls had been damaged, and many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky had been wounded. Thus, the Xiantian matrix had collapsed. Yi Futian had been clever, taking advantage of their unpreparedness. He may not have personally experienced the power of these goddesses, but he could feel how supernatural it was. If he had tried to do this differently, he would not have been able to break the matrix in an instant. Etienne nodded. Yes, this mystical way had been lost for many years. It was only recently rediscovered and cultivated by Futian. One's celestial soul is lured, and once you have a strong sense of it, you can directly target it with your attacks. The celestial gate of vast heaven is a top force in the heavenly mandate realm, and once had their golden era. It looks like their reputation is well deserved. Their techniques are truly incredible. Yen Sui nodded slightly in praise. Any top force had things that it could inevitably do. Moreover, the celestial gate of vast heaven had nearly climbed to the peak 100 years ago. All of the 9 supreme regions, including the heavenly mandate realm, had been a part of that war. Gu Tianxing had been quite a character. It was a pity that he was gone now. Otherwise, if he were at the level he had been back then, he would be number 1 among all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the 9 supreme regions. They were not talking by means of telepathy, and they did not avoid mentioning Futian and the celestial gate of vast heaven. Futian watched Etienne and Yen Sui as they talked. They seemed to notice him, and Yen Sui inclined his head with a slight smile. He seemed very polite and relaxed. I am a disciple of Shangshu Divine Palace, he said. My name is Yen Sui. Shangshu Divine Palace was usually just called the Divine Palace because it was the only place in the higher heavens realm that could be called a Divine Palace. It was the most prestigious place for cultivation in the higher heavens realm, and it had no rivals. It was not a place that took part in factionalism, as it was above the petty conflicts of the world. When its disciples appeared in disputes, they were not representing the palace. The Divine Palace merely taught, and thus many of the most powerful figures of the top forces of the higher heavens realm went there to seek the path. The Shangxiao Divine Palace had trained countless heroes of the higher heavens realm, and thus enjoyed an incredibly high status. Forces from other realms would even send their people to the Divine Palace to seek the path. Thus, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had sent Etienne and many of the other talented youths of the dynasty to the Shangxiao Divine Palace to cultivate. Some of them had not come back and had joined the Divine Palace instead. Even their most common disciples became brilliant heroes. Yen Sui was a disciple of the Divine Music Palace within the Divine Palace, and was the most outstanding and talented figure there. I am Futian, of the Heavenly Mandate realm, answered Futian. Since Yen Sui had introduced himself, Futian could not be impolite by not doing the same. Your mystical ways are quite excellent, Brother Yi, and you are skilled at rhythmic sorcery, said Yen Sui with a smile. I happen to have also done some small research into rhythmic sorcery. We should test our skills sometime. I have cultivated many talents, and rhythmic sorcery is the one that I am least skilled in. If you wish to test my skills, you can test them each one by one, said Futian with a smile and a slight nod. He had seen how Yen Sui had taken the lead with his rhythmic sorcery, and thus had seen how skilled he was. He had done substantial research into it. He was the most skilled at divine sounds out of all the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Yen Sui twitched when he heard Futian speak. This guy was laying out all his cards, contrary to common sense. He had even disparaged his own rhythmic sorcery, but Yen Sui had seen that the control over rhythmic sorcery that he displayed was not inadequate in the least. Very well, said Yen Sui with a nod. He said nothing else. No one knew if the Xiantian matrix would be able to continue. Qin He was looking down the stairs. Does anyone else wish to try? She asked. The Xiantian matrix was no longer whole. The continuous fighting had made it so that many of the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky could not go on any longer. Of course, just Qin He and a few of the other goddesses could keep going on their own. As long as their opponents were not at the level of forces like the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Sky Demon Palace, they would have a hard time breaking the matrix. At that moment, a voice was transmitted to her. The goddesses of Brahma's pure sky have been fighting for such a long time, and have used up most of their strength. To try and break the matrix now would be meaningless. I will not try. Can I come up to Xiantian Pavilion? The speaker was Gao Huang of 10,000 Divine Mountain. 10,000 Divine Mountain always seemed to be relatively casual like this. They had not participated in the battle at the Violet Heavenly Palace. It seemed that they were always just watching from the sidelines. We at Brahma's Pure Sky have created this matrix to test the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. There is no special meaning behind it. If none of them wants to continue trying to break it, then the people of the ordinary forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm may try, answered Qin He. A thoughtful look came over everyone's face. They were wondering what Qin He meant by this. She had said that there was no special meaning behind Brahma's Pure Sky setting up the Xiantian matrix. How could that be? If there was no special meaning, then why had she fought so bitterly? Previously, she had seemed so serious. The fact that she had done this meant that there had to be a meaning to it. If that is the case, then we will not attack the matrix. It will be much more pleasant just to walk up, said Gao Huang with a smile. He was happy just to be an observer. As for what would happen, he would just wait and see. With a force as powerful as 10,000 Divine Mountain giving up, the other forces decided not to try either. All of the most powerful forces had already made their moves, and so it seemed that this affair had come to an end. If you looked at it only from the perspective of conflict, the battle between the cultivators of the Xiantian matrix and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been the most epic and shocking, and their fighting had been the fiercest. If you looked at it from the perspective of efficiency, Futian and the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had broken the matrix in an instant. No one had thought that that would happen. In addition, the Sky Demon Court had also shown outstanding power. Thus, if nothing unexpected happened and Brahma's Pure Sky wanted to form a marriage alliance, and Qin He wanted to choose a cultivation partner, there were only these three great forces to choose from. The other forces that had lost would not even enter into Qin He's estimation. When she saw that no one else was coming, Qin He rose and put away her guqin. He waved her hand, and suddenly, all of the other goddesses retreated. We have prepared a feast here at the Xiantian Pavilion, you are all invited, said Qin He to everyone below them. The ones she had invited were naturally the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The others all knew their place. The great forces walked towards the stairs. But for the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Purple Gold Rat clan, this was not how they had wanted to go up the stairs. They had wanted to go up after having broken the Xiantian matrix. They all walked up with gloomy expressions. However, they were also curious about what Brahma's Pure Sky was going to do now. This would probably set the future structure of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and so they naturally wanted to be a part of it. They could not leave now. As everyone was walking up, Qin He turned and looked at the cultivators of the three great forces in the Xiantian Pavilion. You are all invited as well, she said. Thank you, goddess, they all answered. Qin He said nothing else. She walked forward, and without knowing if she meant to or not, she moved towards where the people from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were standing and nodded slightly at Futian. Countless people were still gathered together in the vast area below the Xiantian Palace. All of them were cultivators from Brahma's Sky City. However, as they looked up, all they could see on the stairway were a few women left as guards. The others had all disappeared up into Xiantian Pavilion. What would happen up there? If Saint Qin He of Brahma's Pure Sky wanted to choose a cultivation partner, she would probably choose him from among the three camps that had broken the matrix. If Goddess Qin chooses a cultivation partner, who do you all think would be the most suitable candidate? Someone asked those around him. The Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Tianyu. He is a prince of the Divine Palace, and has a pleasant disposition, in addition to being good at making friends. Many of the great geniuses of the Shanxiu Palace have come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm to help him, said someone with certainty. As long as Goddess Qin He does not have any objections, then a marriage between the foremost saint of Brahma's Pure Sky and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would be a match made in heaven. No one could be more suitable. That's true. I have heard that the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looks down on everyone. He is extremely proud. Now it looks like the rumors were not true. Tianyu seems modest and humble. If he and goddess Chin He were together, then Brahma's pure sky would lose their greatest saint, but in the future they would gain a queen of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Someone chimed in. Many people thought that Chin He and Tianyu were well suited to each other. You all seem to be forgetting about Chin He's happiness. Someone broke in. Futian broke the matrix in an instant and is a marvelous hero besides. His family background may be obscure, and he is certainly of lower status than Tianyu, but that just makes it all the more impressive that he is here today. Moreover, Futian is one of the greatest figures of our age. He broke the matrix in an instant. And goddess Chin He said that he was a contender for the title of the strongest person in this generation of the heavenly mandate realm. This means that in goddess Chin He's eyes, Futian is absolutely no worse than Tianyu. Moreover, she clearly favors him. Wouldn't it be even more perfect if the two of them were together? Futian may have an incredible amount of talent, but it seems that there are no feelings between him and Chin He, said someone. They would make a bad match? Someone asked. Perhaps. Chin He was, after all, a saint of Brahma's pure sky. Looked at from this angle, she and the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty were more suitable for each other. The people of Brahma's sky city were naturally very passionate and curious about the topic of a cultivation partner for the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, and conversations about this could be found throughout the city. As for what was happening up at Xiantian Pavilion, they did not dare try to spy on it. That was Xiantian Pavilion, the place where the goddesses of Brahma's sky city cultivated. Who would dare spy there without permission? Now they could only guess, and wait for news. Unfortunately, they had not been born into any of the great forces. Otherwise, they could have gone up to the pavilion and seen what was going on. At that moment, a feast had been prepared at Xiantian Pavilion. The people of Brahma's pure sky had brought all the people of the great forces to the place where the feast was being held. The cultivators took their seats. Chin He did not sit in the host's place, but in a seat off to the side. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Could it be that some other important figure from Brahma's pure sky was coming? At that moment, a group of figures walked out from one of the great halls. Naturally, they were all women. The one at their head had an outstanding air about her. She was tall and slender, but with perfect curves. However, there was a fascinating sense of divinity about her, which made it so that people would not dare to lust after her. When they saw her, all the people of the great forces bowed in turn and said, "Greetings, goddess." The woman at the head of the group that had just come was one of the Jyotian goddesses, the Xiantian goddess. Xiantian Pavilion was her place for cultivation within Brahma's sky city. The Jyotian goddesses held a very respected position within Brahma's pure sky, only being subordinate to the Empress. Even in the heavenly mandate realm, they were considered powerful figures. All of the people who had come here today, who on the surface were powerful figures in their own right, paid their respects when they saw goddess Xiantian. "Welcome to Xiantian Pavilion. There is no need to be so polite, you may all sit," said goddess Xiantian. "Thank you, goddess." Everyone was still speaking very politely. If goddess Xiantian had not taken her seat, they certainly could not. In the world of cultivation, no matter what your relationship with somebody was, as long as you were not facing them in battle, you had to show them the utmost respect. Sometimes people would even show great respect when facing their enemies. Goddess Xiantian did not say anything else. She sat down with a slight smile, and soon everyone else followed suit. "Today, we have invited all of you from the heavenly mandate realm for several reasons. The first reason is that we wanted to see the talented cultivators of this generation. The second is that we want to take this chance to have the disciples of Brahma's pure sky teach the cultivators of all the other forces and give them more motivation to cultivate," said goddess Xiantian. "The Xiantian matrix was set up by Chin He and the saints of Brahma's pure sky, but even so, every time you attacked, you put a lot of pressure on them. And you even managed to break it several times. Many people were hurt. This is a great reminder for them. Thank you for your kind words, goddess. The Xiantian matrix is incredibly powerful. If we had not used all of our might, it would have been impossible to break it. It was pure luck that we were able to do so as it was." said Etienne with a smile. The matrix is created by the saints of Brahma's pure sky, and naturally, they are able to bring a lot of power to bear. You must know that we have come a great distance, and yet since we were able to see the splendor of the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, the trip was more than worth it, said a cultivator beside Etienne. His name was Lin Yu, and he was the oldest of the disciples who had come here from Shanxia Divine Palace, making him their elder brother. Even Etienne showed him respect. Shanxia Divine Palace itself has quite a powerful matrix. How can our humble matrix compare to yours? Goddess Xiantian said to Lin Yu. This is not a competition between our matrices. Moreover, Goddess Qin He displayed just as much talent in this battle as even the most powerful figures from Shanxia Divine Palace. If you are willing, then we would be pleased to have her come and join us there to cultivate, said Lin Yu with a smile. Everyone who heard this looked surprised. Would Qin He enter Shanxia Divine Palace? Then she would become Etienne's sworn sister. Lin Yu seemed to be speaking casually, but his words had profound implications. If Brahma's pure sky were really planning to do this, then Qin He's choice of spiritual partner would certainly be Etienne. That depends on what Qin He herself thinks, answered Goddess Xiantian. There was one other reason for this battle, and it was the most important one, determining Qin He's future. Everyone who heard this felt their hearts beating faster. Had they finally reached the main topic? When he heard this, Futian involuntarily looked towards Qin He. He saw her nod slightly, but could not see her expression. My disciple Qin He is outstandingly talented. However, she lacks a few things since she has always cultivated here in Brahma's pure sky. Thus, we have decided to let her go out into the mortal world to cultivate and train. However, she will still be a disciple of Brahma's pure sky, said Goddess Xiantian. Everyone was clear about what she meant. Indeed, the people of Brahma's sky city had been talking about this. It seemed their information had not come out of thin air. Brahma's pure sky was indeed going to choose a spiritual partner for Qin He. Enter the so-called mortal world. To cultivate was perhaps one reason, but it was definitely not the only one. They all knew this, and Qin He must have known as well. However, Qin He is extremely proud. She is not willing to leave Brahma's pure sky and enter the mortal world, so she and I made a bet. I let her set up the Xiantian matrix. If no one was able to break it, then she would not have to go to the mortal world. If someone could break it, then she had to promise to leave Brahma's pure sky, continued Goddess Xiantian. Everyone was stunned. If none of them had been able to break the matrix, that would have meant Qin He was not inferior to anyone in the heavenly mandate realm, and she would have no need to get married. As Futian listened to this, he saw that she had her head bowed. Was this why she had fought so persistently? Everyone had thought that she did not need to do that, but she had indeed fought with all her strength. So, she had indeed been unwilling. If that was the case, why was Brahma's pure sky forcing her? Was it just so that she would go into the mortal world to cultivate? Perhaps they wanted to use her to help arrange the future situation of the heavenly mandate realm. Under the current situation, no matter who she married, it would change the balance of power. It could be said that her marriage would be extremely influential. However, this is an extremely important matter to Qin He. Thus, I ask that you all give her some time. Brahma's pure sky will not influence her choice, continued Goddess Xiantian. Then she looked at Qin He and said, I leave it to you, Qin He. Having said this, she stood and said, I will not see all of you off. It is good that you are gathered here together. After she said this, she turned and left. Qin He was the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, which was a top force in the heavenly mandate realm. And she was beautiful besides. If she chose someone to be her spiritual partner, how could they refuse? Qin He looked up at everyone and said softly, Everyone, please stay here at Xiantian Pavilion for a while. I must consider this matter carefully. On saying this, she rose and walked to one side, leaving behind a crowd of stunned people. Was she just going to abandon all her guests? Other than a few maids, all of the important people of Brahma's pure sky had left. There was a strange look on Futian's face. Were all of them candidates? Yi Futian was not the only one who was surprised. A look of shock came over all the cultivators at the Xiantian pavilion. Many people were looking at Yin Qianyu of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and then at Yi Futian. If there were candidates, the two of them were definitely among them. As for the others, they were just secondary characters in this. Many serving maids walked among them, saying, "Xiantian Pavilion has arranged places for all of you. We will take you to your places now to rest. Of course, if you wish to leave, you may do so at any time." The Xiantian goddess had already officially announced that Qin He would have to choose a spiritual partner. This was a situation that affected almost all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. How could they all just leave? Naturally, they took their places. They all looked at each other, and then started looking all around Xiantian Pavilion. There were also many of the cultivators who studied under Goddess Xiantian there at Xiantian Pavilion. They were cultivating. It was a huge area, with many pavilions and gazebos, ancient palaces and temples, and platforms for cultivating, fighting, and martial arts displays. Yi Futian and those with him were set up in one of the pavilions. The serving woman said, "If you need anything, just call, and we will come immediately." "Thank you," said Yi Futian with a slight nod. The serving woman left. The people from the celestial gate of vast heaven all looked surprised. Hua Qingyan looked at Yi Futian saying, "What is Goddess Qin He doing? Could it be that she has not even thought about this yet?" Yi Futian did not understand what Brahma's pure sky was doing either. Was this their plan, or had it been Qin He's idea? This was a confusing situation, and it was becoming even more incomprehensible by the moment. "Perhaps Goddess Qin He wanted to see how we would react to this. Otherwise, she could end up very embarrassed if she was refused," said Hua Qingyan with a smile. "If Qin He made the offer to you, would you refuse her?" Yi Futian said nothing for a while. "Qin He would be furious if you refused her. She might even choose the Heavenly Mandate dynasty," said Hua Qingyan with a smile. Yi Futian had a bit of a headache. Perhaps he should take the initiative and seek out Qin He to ask her why Brahma's pure sky was doing this. If it was really like Hua Qingyan had said, and Brahma's pure sky and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty made a marriage alliance, then that would be an absolute disaster for the celestial gate of vast heaven. The first one to be damaged by this would be third brother. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted his life. "In a bit, I will go and find out what I can," said Yi Futian softly. No one said anything else, and they all parted. After a while, someone came as Yi Futian was resting in the courtyard. A serving girl walked up to him and bowed slightly. "Lord Yi, Virgin Genie wishes to pay you a call." "Show her in," said Yi Futian. The serving girl nodded and left. After a moment, a magnificently beautiful figure entered. Yi Futian had crossed paths with her several times. Genie had first seen Yi Futian at Celestial Demon City. Back then, Zhu Yan the Beast had formed a matrix and challenged the human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Yi Futian had performed admirably then and even outshone the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, although he had been outstanding then, Genie could not have imagined just how talented he actually was. Before long, he had become one of the foremost figures of the age. Although the prophet had predicted that she would become one of the 9 goddesses, she was still a little bit speechless in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian had seen the prophet as well on that day. What had he predicted? "Lord Yi." Virgin Genie bowed to him. Yi Futian bowed slightly as well. "We have met several times before, Virgin Genie. I trust you have been well?" "No need to be so polite, Lord Yi," said Virgin Genie with a smile. She looked at the people around Yi Futian. When they met her eyes, Yi Wuchen, Xia Qingyuan, and the others all knew what she was thinking. "Very well. What can I do for you?" said Yi Futian with a smile. Xia Qingyuan looked at Virgin Genie warily. Why had yet another beautiful woman come? Genie nodded slightly, then walked over to Yi Futian's side. "What do you think of Goddess Qin He?" she said softly. Yi Futian was stunned. The people around him looked at Genie as well. The black-winged condor stretched his head forward, and Xia Qingyuan's heart tightened. She narrowed her beautiful eyes as she stared ahead. Futian looked at Genie in amazement. Goddess Qin is incredible, both in terms of her talent and her beauty. She is one of the best of her generation. In the future, she will certainly become a top figure in Brahma's pure sky. You know that that's not what I'm talking about, Virgin Genie said to Futian. Futian looked back at her and was silent for a while. Then he said, If you have something to say, don't hesitate to say it. I am not quite sure what you mean. Virgin Genie nodded. Fine, then I will speak frankly. If Qin He chooses you, will you accept her offer? Xia Qingyuan and the others around Futian tensed. They all looked at him. Futian stared at Genie. He had said to Xia Qingyuan that Brahma's pure sky must have had their reasons for holding this event, but so far, he did not understand them. Thus, Futian did not directly answer Genie. Instead, he said, Brahma's pure sky is the ultimate force in the heavenly mandate realm. Anyone would be willing. Remaining neutral would be the best choice for them. They do not need to get involved in any disputes. Otherwise, no matter who they choose to help win, the one who gains the most will not be Brahma's pure sky. Thus, there is no need for Brahma's pure sky to get involved. Also, if this is all because they want to have Qin He enter the mortal world to cultivate, there are many other ways to accomplish that. Why would she need to find a spiritual partner to enter the mortal world? Moreover, there is no precedent for this in Brahma's pure sky. I am not clear on their intentions in this. Please enlighten me. After saying this, Futian looked at Genie and waited for her reply. But Genie just shook her head at him and did not answer directly. Instead, she transmitted, I don't know either. This was an order from the higher-ups at Brahma's pure sky. Even Qin He cannot go against it. She could only make her gamble. If she could have prevented you all from coming up to the Xiantian pavilion with the Xiantian matrix, then she would have won. But you already know what happened there. There were some things that Genie could not casually say in Xiantian pavilion. Moreover, it seemed that her knowledge was limited. This was an order from up above. At the very least, it had come from someone at Goddess Jyotian's level. It had possibly even come from Brahma's pure sky empress. In that case, then there was very likely no room for this matter to change. Was it already set in stone? Lord Yi, Qin He and I have known each other for many years. I know how proud she is. She has practiced for Her Majesty all along, hoping that one day she could reach her level. What is happening now is not what she would have wished, but if she must choose a spiritual partner, then she is closest to you in temperament. It is very likely that she will choose you. That is why I specifically came here to talk to you. Genie was still communicating telepathically with Futian, staring at him the whole time. Last time, when Qin He had returned to Brahma's pure sky with him, she seemed to have evaluated him quite highly. She had not rejected him. She remembered that when she had left, it had been unwillingly. Xia Qingyuan could naturally tell that they were transmitting their thoughts to each other. This made her even tenser. What were they talking about that they could not say it openly? Was it something shameful? Futian was silent. This matter was not what Qin He had wished. Nor was it what he wanted. But if Brahma's pure sky ordered it, Qin He could not go against her masters. Perhaps there is still a way to change things. Futian transmitted to Genie. Genie looked back at him and sighed inwardly. Even though Futian had not directly refused, as he had not said no, many people had come here for Qin He. Many of them were powerful figures from powerful forces, and they were all that could be wished for. Yin Tianyu, the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, was one of them. But Futian clearly did not have his heart set upon Qin He. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated and would have answered directly. A faint look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. At that moment, there was the sound of a fierce collision from outside, and then the faint sound of guqin music. Futian looked up outside of the palace and reached out with his spiritual energy. He could feel the will of the great path trembling violently. It seems as if a fight had broken out. With all these powerful figures from top forces gathered together at Xiantian Pavilion, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. Genie looked up as well, then said, "Shall we go and see?" "All right." Futian nodded. He did not know how he should respond to Genie. The group of them traveled upwards. They soon reached an empty space up above Xiantian Pavilion. Many people had gathered there. One of the two fighters was from Sky Demon Court. It was a great peacock demon who was astonishingly strong. However, the peacock demon was being firmly suppressed. The person who was fighting him was sitting cross-legged as he played the guqin. Each note set the great path trembling powerfully. The figures of demonic beasts appeared all around him. There were divine dragons, ancient phoenixes, kylans, and cranes swirling around him. The image of a giant, golden-winged bird flew through the air, swooping down towards the peacock demon. Ding! The guqin strings trembled, making the clouds themselves move. The great path roared as countless divine sounds entered into the giant bird. Brilliant divine light burst into being, making a fierce burst of energy explode out of the giant bird. Bang! The air trembled fiercely, and the peacock demon was sent flying backward. Many of its feathers seemed to have been torn out. This man has integrated divine sounds into his attack spells, thought Futian as he watched Yen Sui. This cultivator who had come from Shangxia Divine Palace was exceedingly talented. The Sky Demon Court is strong indeed, and their cultivators have gathered here like clouds. But my brother Tianyu is still a hero of Shangxia Divine Palace. Thus, none of you will get to fight him, said Yen Sui with a slight smile. It seemed that he had taken this chance to fight on Tianyu's behalf. When they heard this, many of the other demons wanted to get involved, but Yen Sui seemed to have lost interest. He turned and looked at Futian. He smiled slightly and said, "Right now, the person that I most wish to test is Brother Yi. Why don't we play a tune?" Everyone turned their eyes towards Futian after hearing what Yen Sui said. No one was not aware of the feud between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Furthermore, Futian decided to get involved, and he had beaten 9 mighty ones from the dynasty, who teamed up against him. Yen Sui was from the Shangxia Divine Palace, and so, it was apparent that he was even more versed in divine sound. His intention was spoken for with his attempt to spar with Futian. Qin he was looking for a partner, and everyone in the realm all thought the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, or Futian, stood the greatest chance. Judging from Qin He's attitude, Futian's chances might have been even greater. If Qin He were to decide according to her own feelings, it was extremely possible that she pick Futian. At such a moment, if Yen Sui wanted to help Tianyu out, then the best way to do it would have been to overpower Futian. If Futian were to lose to Yen Sui, then he would have practically lost his qualification to fight against Tianyu. Futian naturally understood Yen Sui's intentions. He looked at Yen Sui, who was all smiles and behaved politely, making the other man look mild-mannered and courteous, without a hint of ill intentions found. "Music, huh?" Futian asked. "Indeed." Yen Sui nodded. "So, you majored in music in the Shangxia Divine Palace, then?" Futian asked. "I'm of the Divine Sound Palace of Shangxia Divine Palace, after all." Yen Sui smiled and replied, behaving in an unusually amicable manner. Futian nodded and continued. "I've said before that while I know something about music, I'm not very proficient in it. My training in music would be the weakest among all the ways I've trained in, and I'm rather rusty. Since you're from Shangxia Divine Palace and a student of Divine Sound Palace, I'm sure that you're very versed in the art of music, and well above me." Everyone felt rather puzzled hearing Futian talk, wondering when he had become so humble. Zhang Yuan and the others from the Violet Heavenly Palace were especially curious. They all had their eyes fixed at him. Zhang Yuan would have never forgotten just how boastful and unbridled Futian had been back in the Violet Heavenly Palace. He behaved as though everything was beneath him, claiming that he trained in all ways and was of a divine body of the heavenly path. He was cocky unlike any other. Yet now, he is this humble? They wondered. So much so that he claims that he is below Yen Sui? Is he trying to say that he knows that he is no match for Yen Sui when it comes to music, and so he is deliberately humbling himself just to avoid having to face Yen Sui in a showdown of music? they thought. Maybe it wouldn't reflect all that pearly on him even if he loses? Then would you mind sparring by using other powers? Yen Sui then added. I'm fine with it. We'll just do it using music. Yi Futian continued. Since you're in favor of music, then it wouldn't be a bad idea to use music. However, I'd like to use a guqin that was once used by a Rehuang, which contains imperial will. In doing so, I'll be able to compensate for my lack of training in music. But then again, if you think having me doing so would be taking advantage of you, you're welcome to use a Renhuan-level instrument as well. Never mind. Yen Sui then continued. Please do as you wish. Yi Futian smiled as he nodded before walking out. There was already an empty space before them due to the previous battle, which was huge, given how the crowd had retreated far away, preventing any interference with the session. Yi Futian came to sit cross-legged across Yen Sui. Both very handsome and exceptional men were sitting across each other. Both of them exuded a scholarly aura about them. Yi Futian's long silver hair made him appear even more vivid. After you. Yi Futian nodded at Yen Sui and said. After you. Yen Sui nodded in reply. He did not switch the guqin before him for another. That instrument remained a common guqin. It was as if to say that he was absolutely confident in his mastery of the art. Are you not going to swap the instrument for another? Yi Futian asked. We'll go about it just like this. I'd swap the instrument for another if I find it inadequate, Yen Sui replied. Yi Futian nodded lightly and did not say anything else. Light sparkled, and a guqin appeared right before Yi Futian. Pitch black aura coursed about the guqin, which became even more apparent and violent, as Yi Futian infused his will within. It was as if those were auras of the demonic path. A demonic instrument? Yen Sui looked intrigued, wondering if Yi Futian had trained in demonic ways as well. The guqin was something that Yi Futian acquired back when he participated in the Peach Banquet. It was a magic zither. There was no way he would have let go of one such piece throughout the years. He had been attempting to communicate with the instrument, and had finally built a relationship with the magic zither to a certain extent. Yi Futian put his fingers on the strings and began plucking. As the notes danced, extremely powerful demonic will pierce right through the space in an instant, seeping into Yen Sui's mind. Yen Sui's mind shuddered furiously, and his expression changed somewhat. He realized that he might have been too careless before. He began plucking the strings on his instrument. The sound of the guqin danced in the air in an instant. The shadows of many divine beasts circled around him, and a shadow of a divine turtle appeared above him, seemingly shrouding his entire being within. At the same time, he sent countless notes at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not merely sit by and take the attack. Demonic sound being played, and raging demonic will swept all over the place, sounding extremely overbearing. It punched through those incoming notes right away and gushed at Yen Sui. The overbearing notes from Yi Futian banged on the shadow of the divine turtle, causing it to begin cracking. There seemed to be an overbearing demon appearing, which lifted its hand and crushed that shadow of the divine turtle right away. The demonic sound permeated everywhere, making it extremely ferocious. Even those who were watching from afar felt extremely pained. It was as if their will were to be subdued. That boundless overwhelming sound surged into Yen Sui's mind, as if it was about to sink him. That was done in terms of spiritual will, compelling him to kneel and worship Yi Futian. When he looked at Yi Futian, it felt as if he was looking at a legendary demon king. Yen Sui's face changed drastically, and his hands plucked the strings in a frenzy. Divine sound burst all over the place, and he became shrouded in waves of dazzling divine sound, which seeped into his mind as well as being thrown at the terrifying demonic sound. Boom! Yen Sui's body was repelled all of a sudden after a rumble was heard. It was as if he was being thrown away. Light dazzled all about him, and his eyes were shining with blinding divine light when he said, "That should do it." Yi Futian, who was playing with his head hung low, stopped playing altogether. That terrifying demonic will disappeared without a trace. Yi Futian then looked up at Yen Sui, whose eyes became extremely solemn. His expression changed somewhat. He had never expected himself to have made such a grave mistake. He had underestimated his enemy. It was especially so when Futian claimed to have been inferior, which made him think that he could overpower Futian using music altogether. He never thought that all of that had only been a ruse on Futian's part. The other man went as far as to humiliate himself, just to show that his proficiency in music was lacking, creating an illusion saying that he would lose easily. With that, one wondered what the crowd thought of the scene when compared to what Futian said before. Zhang Yuan glared at Futian, and realized why he had behaved in such a humble manner. Futian was doing so just to bring about the effect that was currently seen. That guy really has no bounds when it comes to methods. He actually dared to humiliate himself just so to make Yen Sui lose face altogether, he thought. Well played. Futian put the demonic instrument away and said to Yen Sui, "Your proficiency in the art of music far exceeded my expectations, Sir Yi. Your mastery is on par with masters, and there is no need for you to humble yourself as you did." Yen Sui continued, "It seems like it was me who made the mistake of belittling cultivators of heavenly mandate realm, and now I suffer the consequences. This is indeed quite a lesson, which I shall bear in mind from here on out." Futian looked at Yen Sui, not expecting the other man to behave so amicably. He was impressed at the bearing of that genius who was from the Shangxia Divine Palace. If Futian were to be able to make a representative of the Shangxia Divine Palace slip in their performance, it would naturally reflect poorly on Tianyu. "Well, I told you before, little brother, that Futian is a top-notch genius in the heavenly mandate realm. You've indeed been careless." A figure was seen walking out, and it was none other than the Crown Prince himself. "It was indeed my mistake." Yen Sui nodded. "However, it is indeed true that Futian played a trick by sparring with you using a guqin of a demonic emperor, and you were caught off guard. As such, it is not a true contest of music, and there is no need to mind all that much, little brother. You only need to remember the lesson well." Tianyu continued. The ones from Shangxia Divine Palace nodded and cast their gaze at Futian, which looked somewhat hostile. It was apparent that Yen Sui had been set up by Futian. At that moment, a cultivator of Shangxia Divine Palace emerged. He bowed at Futian, saying, "Yu Qing of the Shangxia Divine Palace. I'd like to spar with Sir Yi." "So you people are trying to fight yet another round then?" A figure from the side of the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged. The one who spoke was Hua Qingyan. He looked at the ones from Shangxia Divine Palace and said, "You people were the ones who proposed sparring using music before, and Futian had been as honest as he could have been. Yet you people are reluctant to admit defeat and continue to propose yet another challenge then? Are you a student of the celestial gate of vast heaven?" Yu Qing turned to Hua Qingyan and asked. "Hua Qingyan of the celestial gate of vast heaven." Hua Qingyan smiled and answered, "Yu Qing of Shangxia Divine Palace." "After you." Yu Qing bowed slightly at Hua Qingyan, and everyone was baffled. None had expected Yu Qing to have switched his target so quickly and chose to challenge Hua Qingyan, who was of the same plane as Futian. The turn of events was indeed unexpected. However, since Hua Qingyan claimed that they were trying to fight another round, then there would have been no problem for one of them to challenge him then. Other than the Sky Demon Court and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were anything but weak as well. While they were unable to compare with those two major forces, they fared a lot better than many other forces, especially when their top-notch figures, Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyan, Wan Yanbing, Futian, and some others, were concerned. Even if Gu Donglu had not shown up, the ones present were still the best of the best, and they were all capable of holding their own. From the looks of things, it seemed that those of Shangxia Divine Palace of Higher Heaven's realm were about to clash with those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. As such, things from then on out would be interesting. Jiang Taichu, Wan Yanbing, and the others had yet to fight, after all. Hua Qingyan looked at Yu Qing and smiled faintly. He stood tall and said plainly, "The students of Shangxia Divine Palace are indeed dashing and humble and seeking to learn. However, I'm currently not in the mood to teach." Yu Qing. The crowd. Futian was utterly baffled at how pretentious Hua Qingyan was. You're indeed some genius from the celestial gate of vast heaven. You really couldn't have been more celestial indeed, he thought. The student of the Shangxiao Divine Palace frowned. While such seeking spirit could have had different meanings, especially that between those of the same generation, it would have meant a challenge. Hua Qingyun deliberately went about twisting things around. Well then, I humbly seek your guidance. Despite being momentarily baffled, Yu Qing was hardly fazed and appeared normal. Yu Qing went on to actually humbly seek his guidance instead. I don't have the time. Hua Qingyun smiled and replied. Humbly seek my guidance? What the hell? Hua Qingyun thought. Yi Futian was present, and if he were just to nod, Hua Qingyun thought that Yi Futian's chances would have been unlike any other. Qin He's attitude in the matter mattered a lot after all. Furthermore, he was able to see that Virgin Genie and her people went to look for Yi Futian just to get on with that matter after all. If Yi Futian's chances of being selected were far higher than that of Yi Tianyu, to begin with, Hua Qingyun saw no need to waste their time any further over there. The people of Shangxia Divine Palace intended to show what they were capable of, yet they lost again and again, which Hua Qingyun found boring. Furthermore, the matter was not something that could have been decided by determining the winner of sparring sessions, after all. The key to the decision lied with the upper echelons of Brahma's pure sky, as well as Qin He's own attitude on the matter. The people of Shangxia Divine Palace looked at Hua Qingyun with a baffled expression. They were rendered speechless. Aren't you from the celestial gate of vast heaven? Why are you such a coward? A sarcastic voice was heard. Hua Qingyun and the others turned around, finding the one who talked to be rather ugly, yet they dressed in extremely lavish clothing. It was a mighty one from the Purple Gold Rat clan. The rats knew that their chances were slim and had only been watching the show so far, seeing how the titans clashed. They never expected Hua Qingyun to behave in such a manner. He was the man who was lauded as the number one among the later generations of the Hua clan, yet he refused to answer to a challenge. But then again, it was also the rats' wish to not see the celestial gate of vast heaven get any larger than they already were. It would have been better if they were overrun and crushed by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, which would have resulted in utter defeat for both parties, and that would have benefited the rats. Gu Donglu contained the luck of all demon realm in him. Gu Tianqing intended to have Gu Donglu become the new king of the demon realm, and the rats deemed the older man to have been naive. Since when did you rats have a say in this? Hua Qingyun turned around and looked at that mighty one from the Purple Gold Rat clan. The rise of the ancestor of the rats had never been something to be proud of in the first place, and he was baffled at how they dared to say something that sarcastic at the moment. The mighty one was obviously offended. Intense cold was felt from him, which he directed at Hua Qingyun. The Purple Gold Rat clan hated being called rats above anything else, as they saw it to be the greatest insult. It was easy to tell from Hua Qingyun's tone that the student of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven despised the rats from the bottom of his heart. Boom! The rat stomped on the ground and charged forward. Many rat demons followed suit, bringing their might down on Hua Qingyun. We of the Purple Gold Rat clan are now a supreme force of the demon realm, reigning on par with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. You, a student of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, dare to insult us? A mighty one from the rats berated in a cold tone. Many mighty ones from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven emerged and came behind Hua Qingyun. They burst with overwhelming auras, and auras from both sides clashed in midair, forming a raging current, which spread throughout the Xiantian pavilion. Hua Qingyun remained unfazed and stood tall where he was. He then glared at the other party and asked, Aren't the Purple Gold Rat clan rat demons? If you are indeed rats, why would you need to take offense at being called so? Why would you need to mask your inferiority complex by calling it an insult? If you people are unable to take even that much, why step out and butt into other people's business in the first place? The mighty ones of the Purple Gold Rat clan looked grim, and one of them emerged, glaring at Hua Qingyun. He said, We're not butting into the affairs of others. We rat demons are just eager to see just what the geniuses of the Celestial Gate are made of. I suggest that you people stop humiliating yourselves further. Hua Qingyun's voice was mild-mannered. He remained looking nonchalant as he stood around, behaving in a loose, unfettered manner, without the slightest hint of taking a fight seriously, which was a stark contrast to the attitude of those of the rats. Voom! That mighty one of the rats turned into a bolt of lightning as soon as Hua Qingyun finished, charging straight at Hua Qingyun. Dazzling golden divine light pierced through space, and the terrifying demonic aura burst ragingly. Boom! Celestial light burst from Hua Qingyun's body in an instant, shooting to the heavens. One terrifying mirage after another appeared and burst all over the place, heading straight for that mighty rat. Countless mirages of Hua Qingyun lashed out with their palm attacks. A terrifying golden rat demon appeared right above his head, ferociously extending its claws. He tore apart the mirages one after another. However, the mirages continued to stack, and they seemed to have grown increasingly strong. A loud rumble was heard, and a celestial shadow clashed with that huge, ferocious shadow of the rat demon. Raging celestial light burst and permeated the place. That mighty rat was shocked and flung behind, repelled to the sky above. His eyes remained extremely cold as he glared at Hua Qingyun below. However, the celestial light from Hua Qingyun shot to the heavens. The mirages disappeared, and he remained standing where he was quietly as if he had never made a single move. Mystical way of the Hua clan, the mystical cloud ladder. The crowd muttered as they witnessed the scene. Both the Hua clan and the Jiang clan inherited their own mystical ways, and they were all very formidable. The mystical cloud ladder was said to be able to climb the mystical ladder using the power of the great path of the world, breaking the limitations of plane advancement. When trained to the extreme, one would have even been able to break through planes using mystical ways forcefully, and its power was said to be unmatched. Such a mystical method was extremely demanding to train, requiring years of excruciating training before being able to make substantial progress step by step. It was said that the mystical cloud ladder had 1,000 layers. Rumors claimed that one would only be able to make minor achievements after training for 100 years, and major ones could have only been achieved by training for 1,000 years. As such, those of the Hua clan began training in the method from a very young age. The mighty ones of the Purple Gold Rat clan in the air had gotten increasingly ferocious with their attacks. Purple golden demonic aura permeated the sky, and there was even an extremely ferocious large creature being conjured. It was a rat demon that was boundlessly huge. It sported golden eyes and appeared extremely terrifying and brutal. Many wore puzzled expression at the scene. It had been the ones from the Shangxia Divine Palace wanting to fight Hua Qingyun before, but none expected the rats to interfere. Hua Qingyun looked up at the sky. Mystical shadows burst in layers over his body, melding with the great path all around him. A high-pitched screech was heard, and that rat demon pounced on Hua Qingyun yet again. The huge demon lunged with claws extended and fangs bared at Hua Qingyun's mystical shadows, devouring them as he went. It was as if he was out to devour them all in one go. Hua Qingyun extended his hand and waved, and the many mirages in the air did the same. He was seen striking out with his palm, causing his surroundings to shift as countless shadows did the same. That huge rat demon that pounced devoured all the shadows, but its huge frame continued to tremble. It was as if the shadows had all been destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The huge demon rat's body trembled and roared. A huge mystical shadow appeared in the air as if it was a manifestation of multiple mirages. The air trembled violently as he struck out. That rat demon howled in a frenzy, before being destroyed altogether. The mighty one from the Purple Gold Rat clan behind turned pale. Celestial light sparkled, and Hua Qingyun's body seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He clapped at the rat demon. In that instant, the rat demon felt the space it was in was about to be shattered. That seemingly light touch of a palm contained unparalleled powers. PFFTT. The rat demon spewed blood and was blasted away. The students of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven indeed live up to their name. Since we're all here in Heavenly Mandate Realm, we naturally need to see for ourselves what the pinnacle beings of the realm are made of. A voice was heard, and Yu Qing walked out. He charged straight at Hua Qingyun without bothering to seek consent. Yu Qing thrust his palm out, and a large palm print capable of shattering space appeared in the air, bearing down on Futian. The mighty ones of the celestial gate of vast heaven frowned at the scene. A figure was seen stepping out in the air, who then thrust a finger at the palm print of the great path. Terrifying pressure appeared in the air. The ones from the divine palace saw that others were interfering, and more mighty ones emerged with overbearing aura. In that case, we of the Shangxia divine palace shall see what you all are made of. Mighty ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged to intercept. As such, there were more and more mighty ones from both sides emerging. Many mighty ones from the Shangxia divine palace, heavenly mandate dynasty, and the celestial gate of vast heaven emerged, clashing with one another and making the scene look severe. It seemed that a single sparring session had spiraled into a group fight instead. This is getting messy. The ones from other forces sported baffled expression, seeing what happened. The scene seemed to have spiraled out of control. The mighty ones of the Purple Gold Rat clan took the opportunity to lash out at the ones from the celestial gate of vast heaven without mercy, thinking it best to bring about a war. It would make things worse between the celestial gate of vast heaven and the heavenly mandate realm. It could offend those from the Shangxia divine palace, too. While the Shangxia divine palace of higher heaven's plane did not concern themselves with what their students did outside, the top-notch students themselves were all of impressive backgrounds. There were even some who hailed from top-notch forces of other supreme realms. The messier the situation at hand, the better it would have been for the rats. Futian's expression turned cold seeing the scene. There was nothing to say about the conflict between them and the heavenly mandate dynasty, as both were destined to stand on opposing sides. However, he was able to see that the rats had indeed deliberately tried to make things worse, as they could have just watched from the sidelines. Furthermore, he had never actually paid much heed to how those of the rats acted against him back at the Origin Mountains, and he certainly did not expect them to meddle in his affairs once again. He cast his gaze in one direction and flashed, emerging like a bolt of lightning. The world around them shook as Futian stepped out, making the minds of all those around him jump. The divine elephant stomping the sky spell was extremely overbearing, after all. The expression of a mighty one of the Purple Gold Rat clan changed all of a sudden saw. Futian emerged right before him, throwing out a punch. That punch seemed like divine elephants going on a stampede, shattering the space about and with a rumble. That rat demon was sent flying. If the rats wanted to be a part of this so badly, it was time to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. You're too much! The mighty ones of the Purple Gold Rat clan saw how powerful Futian's aura was, and several of them pounced onto him immediately. Holiness of Nirvanas! Futian took one look at them and found that there were Holiness of Nirvana-class monsters among those mighty ones. Many of them launched forward at the same time, extending their demonic auras to shroud the space Futian was in. The huge shadows of the rats pounced and tore down the stampeding divine elephants. A terrifying shadow of the divine elephant appeared above him after seeing several of the rat monsters coming at him. Trumpeting of elephants were heard from above him. The space trembled, and the bone of the divine elephant Emperor of 10 Directions burst within him. Boom! When Futian stepped out once again, a terrifying scene appeared above in the sky. The elephants rushed and stomped the sky. The shadows of the rats were crushed outright as they were stomped on by the rushing divine elephants. Furthermore, those mighty ones of the Purple Gold Rat clan felt stifled. It was as if their souls were being put under terrifying pressure. Futian stepped out again. He looked like a giant god of the divine elephants when he stood tall in the air, so much so that the holiness of nirvanas among the rats felt an overwhelming pressure all about them. Those rats stopped moving. When Futian lifted his feet and began walking, that handsome silver-haired young man seemed to have become extremely tall and imposing, like that of a god. The divine elephant shadow, which shrouded his body, moved alongside him. Futian stomped at the next moment, causing the divine elephant to do the same. Thousands of elephants trumpeted in an instant, as they tore through the sky. Boom! One rat was sent flying right while spitting up blood. It seemed that his powerful defenses were unable to do nothing to protect it. The blood in its body raged and howled, while his bones continued to break. Boom, boom, boom! Trembling noise continued to be heard, and one rat after another was sent flying almost at the same time. One of the rats, who was a holiness of nirvana, continued to charge forward. Futian took a look at him and threw a single punch. That space exploded in a frenzy at that very instant. The terrifying, devastating attack blasted onto the body of that holiness of nirvana rat, causing him to grunt in pain. His bones broke, and blood spilled all over before he was sent flying. It took mere moments to cause internal damage to all the rats who were in front of Futian. No one was left standing before him as everyone was downed. The bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. A holiness of nirvana rat monster coldly eyed Futian from elsewhere. His body then rose to the air, and he began walking towards Futian. Towering demonic aura swept all over the place from his hand, which was holding a terrifying ritual implement, an imperial-level piece, causing him to emanate extremely threatening aura. He stepped out and walked towards Futian, emanating an extremely terrifying and ferocious aura. Futian looked down, gazing at the rat as he stood above in the sky. Those dazzling yet pitch-black eyes of his exuded contempt. Celestial light burst, and he shot for the clouds. A celestial soul was conjured above him shortly after. Futian's eyes came to look demonic at that moment. The rat, who was shooting above, flinched slightly as if he sensed the threat posed by that soul. Futian looked at the rat, and took one step down as if he was stepping onto the soul of that rat. The rat dazzled all over, and an incredibly huge rat shadow appeared, shrouding his soul. Vroom! Futian walked right to the rat and threw a punch up close. That huge rat lashed out with his claws in retaliation, clashing with Futian's punch. A raging hurricane whipped out through the sky, shredding the space all around them. Yet, there was a silhouette seen within that huge rat shadow. It was as if it was about to be shaken out of the body by the terrifying tremor, causing that huge rat body to stay fixed in the air as if time had stopped altogether. Futian threw yet another punch without mercy, blasting at the sky. PFFTT blood was seen spilling from that rat's mouth as he was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. The rat's body trembled violently, and he looked extremely disheveled. His soul was severely damaged as well. The ritual implement that he had taken out was not actually of much use. His soul was overwhelmed and damaged. There was no doubt that if they were to continue fighting, Futian would have ended up killing him. That rat was a holiness of nirvana, yet he seemed utterly helpless in front of Futian. Futian did not stop there. He continued stepping out. Every single strike caused a mighty one of the purple gold rats to end up severely injured, allowing others to free up their hands to take on those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He, on the other hand, did not do anything against those from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He behaved as if that had been his plan all along. Enough. A demonic emperor-class figure of the rats was heard saying. His voice reverberated throughout the place. His might shrouded the entire battlefield. It was apparent that it was not only the saints who showed up at the scene. Renhuang and demonic emperors of a myriad of forces were present as well, and they were all very powerful. Seeing a demonic emperor appear among the rats, the Renhuang of the celestial gate of vast heaven emanated towering pressure as well. The fighting throughout the battlefield was halted for the time being, even between the celestial gate of vast heaven and Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Everyone turned their eyes to a single direction. That silver-haired figure dressed in white stood tall in the air and looked extremely dazzling. He alone defeated all the mighty ones of the purple gold rat clan who attacked, causing the rats to look extremely beaten down as they lay there, defeated. None of the rats had been able to stand against him, which resulted in that scene right there and then. Futian turned his eyes at the demonic emperor of the rats and said, "Didn't you rat people ask for this in the first place?" His actions against the purple gold rat clan were to serve as a warning. The fighting between the celestial gate of vast heaven and Heavenly Mandate dynasty had nothing to do with the rats in the first place. If the rats intended to meddle in their affairs, then he would have emerged to subdue them. The mighty ones who were all down at the time made it clear that all they did was tantamount to asking to be insulted. "Step down!" the demonic emperor of the rats said. One rat after another flashed and backed away, looking very displeased. That battle was like a slaughter instead, and it seemed as if all of them had been taken down by just a single person, making all talk about fighting to be nothing but a joke on their part. All the other forces, who were only there for the show, were somewhat shocked as well. A force without such top-notch geniuses would surely end up being squashed by one figure after another. It was no surprise why Qin He claimed before that Yi Futian was qualified to fight to become the most brilliant one below the Renhuang of the realm. Many mighty ones from Heavenly Mandate Realm and Shangxiu Divine Palace eyed him. While the battle was one that was fought in a rush, what Yi Futian had just pulled moments ago compelled them to take him seriously. There was perhaps only a handful of people even from a place like Shangxiu Divine Palace capable of fighting him, after all. The rats all backed away from the battlefield without saying anything, as they had lost the right to do so altogether. Although the fight was brief, things were undoubtedly dire, nonetheless. After the Purple Gold Rat clan backed down, the ones from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven glared at each other. It seemed as if a formless fire of war had enveloped the entire place. "You're all still at the Xiantian Pavilion, and I implore you all to restrain yourselves," a voice was heard at that moment. The mighty ones were all able to sense that powerful might, which was from the Xiantian goddess. "Please forgive our trespassing, goddess." Lin Yu of Shangxiu Divine Palace bowed and gestured at the air above. They were at the Xiantian Pavilion of Brahma's pure sky, after all, and their action of going for each other's throats without any regard for the rules was definitely rather rude. With the goddess emerging to interfere personally, there was no way they could have continued fighting. The students of Divine Music Palace at those from Shangxia Divine Palace. Yen Sui looked at Yi Futian and said, "I hope to seek your guidance again if the opportunity presents itself, Sir Yi." He then turned around and left after saying that. The sparring session with music that he extended to Yi Futian saw him losing to the other man, suppressed by the demonic instrument, as he had been too sure of himself. Even though he had indeed been tricked by Yi Futian, he was still at fault nonetheless. Yi Futian told Yen Sui that he was about to use a Renhuang class Guqin, yet Yen Sui paid no heed to it. As such, he ended up being defeated by the demonic tune from the instrument right away. Furthermore, Yi Futian's actions at overwhelming those from the Purple Gold Rat clan compelled him to reassess Yi Futian's combat prowess as well. He was not alone in that, as everyone from Shangxia Divine Palace had probably underestimated that young genius cultivator of Heavenly Mandate Realm. The people of Shangxia Divine Palace turned around and left one after another. Yi Tianyi shot a look at Yi Futian as he passed by as well, which seemed to have a lot of weight behind it. "Let's go!" Yi Futian lowered his voice and said. Everyone turned around and left, heading for the palace which they were staying in. Xiantian Pavilion was mostly quiet again after that. Night fell, and the blue sky above Xiantian Palace shrouded the entire place in its grandeur. Yi Futian trained in peace in the palace, yet his thoughts remained somewhat restless. Footsteps were heard at the moment. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said, "Please come in, Goddess Qin." Someone came to him after he said that. She wore a cape and came alone in the night, looking rather lonesome. Qin He came before Yi Futian, smiling and asking, "Am I getting in the way of your training, Sir Yi?" Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. "I'm thinking of something as well, so much so that I came to pay you a visit." "Well, that sounds like we share the same thoughts." Qin He smiled faintly and sat quietly across Yi Futian. Her jet black hair rested on her shoulders, and her skin looked even more fair and radiant under the moonlight, making her really look like some goddess who was beyond the reach of mortals. Yi Futian smiled after hearing Qin He's words, feeling rather warmed. Qin He looked at his handsome face and chose to sit and continue looking at him. "Am I that good-looking?" Yi Futian said in a joking tone. "Indeed." Qin He nodded and continued, "Your looks are indeed rare in the world of cultivators. Too bad that one can't simply rely on looks to get their way about the world of cultivators. I wouldn't have needed to train otherwise." Yi Futian smiled and said. Qin He smiled beamingly at him, but quickly became silent. She looked at Yi Futian's eyes and asked, I heard that genie came to pay you a visit before? Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. What did she say? Qin, he asked. Hardly anything. Yi Futian smiled and continued. There are many things that I could guess at, even if she were to not say anything, after all. Qin, he continued to look at Yi Futian's eyes after hearing what he said. A warm smile was seen in those deep eyes of his, which looked rather wise as well. Qin, he knew that Yi Futian had really gotten it. Even if they were to say nothing, they seemed to truly know what the other was thinking. That feeling was something only experienced between soulmates, and it felt mystical. I was sent to train in Brahma's pure sky when I was very young, and becoming the Empress had always been a goal of mine. I hoped that I'd be able to create my own era someday, becoming the object of faith for all female cultivators in the world. That is one goal I've been working to achieve for years. Qin, he began to talk about things that seemed unrelated to anything, but Yi Futian chose to listen quietly nonetheless. Training was hard throughout the years. I've defeated many and became a goddess of Brahma's pure sky. I'm now known as the number one, and I'm one more step closer to achieving my goal. As for the matter of a companion, it was something I had never thought about. Yi Futian was able to relate to her. She was a woman who had her sights on furthering her training. Her training was her faith, her religion, yet the ones at the upper echelons of Brahma's pure sky wanted her to marry someone all of a sudden, so she definitely was resistant to it deep down. One's state of mind would have definitely been very stable if one were to be able to get into Saint Plane in the first place. Even if one were to meet someone they had a liking for, it still would have been impossible for them to be swayed from that faith, which they had been holding on to for so long. Qin, he looked up at Yi Futian as she said with a smile. You are of unmatched appearance, and your talents are second to none, Sir Yi. It is so much so that few in all of the heavenly mandate realm are able to compare. If I were to have met you when I was younger, I might have actually asked you out on a date and wanted to be with you. Her tone sounded somewhat joking, but those were indeed her true thoughts. Qin, he really did like Yi Futian, but she did not want to see them end up like that. Please, if you keep showering me with praise, my head is going to float away. Yi Futian smiled and added, You're a rare beauty yourself, Goddess Qin. I'm afraid the likes of you are of a handful, even if you were to be compared with everyone throughout the entire heavenly mandate realm. I'm very glad to have one good friend like you, too. A good friend, eh? Qin, he looked at Yi Futian and smiled while saying in a low voice herself. It is a beautiful thing indeed, and I'm very happy to have gotten to know you, too. The pleasure is mine. Yi Futian nodded. Qin, he then rose with a smile, looking up at the crescent moon in the air, and said gently, I suppose lacking something can be beautiful after all. She then left the place shortly after, and he did not say anything more. He did not even send her off. He simply watched as her beautiful silhouette disappeared from sight. After Qin he left, Yi Futian then asked, You done snooping around? Cough, cough. A handsome figure emerged without looking at Yi Futian, who walked past him and said in a low voice instead, Don't mind me, just passing by. Yi Futian looked at Hua Qinyun, and it was then he truly realized that the dashing heir of the Hua clan of the celestial gate of vast heaven was indeed very thick-skinned. Middle of the night. A man and a woman all alone. No flirting and all riddles. Man, this is boring. Hua Qinyun muttered as he left with his head shaking, seemingly feeling the scene to be quite pitiful. This caused Yi Futian to feel baffled. Yi Futian left and came somewhere else. There was someone sitting cross-legged there. Moonlight shone on that man's robe, making him looking regal and solemn. That man opened his eyes and called Yi Futian as the younger man walked by. Futian, he said. Teacher. Yi Futian came before Qi Xiangang and said, I need to seek your guidance. About the matter with Qin He, I suppose? Qi Xiangang asked. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded and continued, I wonder how I should make my choice, and if my choice will turn out to be correct. I get the idea more or less with the thoughts you two share. Both of you have your own resolves. So what is the problem? Qi Xiangang asked. I wonder if what I do is too self-centered, and if it will bring about a bad outcome. Futian answered. Everything happening in the world has its own course, and everything is interconnected. All things that have happened have their own causes and consequences. However, no one can truly foresee the future, so how would you know if your choice would lead to a bad outcome for sure? If you were to choose another path, would it be certain that the outcome would be a good one? Qi Xiangang then continued. This is just like how it was back in Dali all those years ago. Your decision to leave was indeed a good one, but did everything happen as you expected it to afterward? Futian chose to leave Dali without killing Li Yao, yet the Prince Regent went after them all the same. Yan Yuan ended up saving them. Eventually, the royalty of Dali became doubtful of the imperial advisor, which led to a series of events from then on out. In hindsight, your decision had indeed been the best. A man will only have to be able to hold their head up high and live up with their conscience with the choices they make. Regardless of what happens in the future, there will be no need for regrets then. What we can all do is to make the best out of the present instead of deciding the course of the future. Qi Xiangang continued. Futian felt the weight on his shoulders being lifted after hearing what his teacher said. He then replied, I understand. Go now, Qi Xiangang said, and Futian left with a nod. Qi Xiangang continued to shut his eyes to train after Futian left. The light on his body dazzled as he melded with the great path. Futian ceased thinking about anything else after he returned, choosing to shut his eyes to train instead. The silent night seemed unusually long, and Xiantian Pavilion itself seemed unusually quiet as well. Cultivators of all forces trained in silence, waiting for the dawn to come. He would come to her conclusion on the next day. She could not have simply left all the cultivators hanging, after all. Futian entered a mystical, calm, and immutable state in the midnight. It was as if he was so steeped into his training that he turned into a statue, yet he sensed his will spreading and existing everywhere, allowing him to see everything. At that moment, a silhouette seemed to have appeared in his mind as he continued to train. It came seemingly out of nowhere. That face was one that he was very familiar with. What happened in the world hardly fazed him when he was steeped in training, yet when that silhouette appeared, his heart twitched violently. It was as if he had been hit by something. Jiayu. Futian uttered a single word. His eyes opened all of a sudden. It was as if he had forcibly yanked out of that meditative state in an instant. That silhouette in his mind gradually blurred and eventually dissipated. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. He shot to the air, and his eyes looked terrifying. He scanned the place with his will in all directions. While it was entirely possible that the phenomenon happened because he missed Jiayu, his plane level would have allowed him to tell the difference. When it happened previously, he thought it was due to his spiritual will being in a shaky state, thus causing a hallucination. But a hallucination yet again? This couldn't be Brahma's pure sky. It definitely had something to do with the place. He pursued the silhouette all the way when he last experienced the phenomenon, and eventually came to the place where He was. That was a training ground in Brahma's pure sky. The Xiantian Pavilion, which he was currently in, was within Brahma's pure sky's territory as well. Back then, Jiayu was gone because she summoned the will of the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. Was it true that Jiayu was truly still alive and somewhere in Brahma's pure sky then? Otherwise, how else could her appearing in my mind twice be explained? He wondered. But then again, he was puzzled as to why he was unable to see anyone anywhere. It was a sleepless night for everyone, and in the early morning of the next day, countless people gathered in front of the Xiantian Pavilion in Brahma Sky City. They had been paying attention to the thing going on in the Xiantian Pavilion, which was related to Qin He's marriage. It could even affect the political geography of the heavenly mandate realm. However, they heard that Qin He did not make a choice yesterday but instead let the cultivators of the forces stay overnight in the Xiantian Pavilion. On the top of Xiantian Pavilion, a conflict had broken out, and during the battle, Futian vanquished all the warriors of the purple-golden rat clan with overwhelming power, greatly embarrassing them. Many people imagined how that battle was like. How powerful was Futian? Many people also felt that Qin He was more likely to choose Futian. After all, Qin He had a closer relationship with Futian than with others. Today, there should be a result. On the Xiantian Pavilion, the people of all forces headed toward one place. They would come to the Xiantian Hall, where the Xiantian goddess would formally summon the people of all forces. In the vast area, all forces of the heavenly mandate realm had arrived. Everyone looked toward the Xiantian goddess in front of the Xiantian Hall. Beside her, Qin He was also there. Yesterday, Qin He had been thinking for a whole day, and now the Xiantian goddess would know her decision. The warriors of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had arrived, and they stood opposite of each other. However, at this moment, they did not look at each other. Tianyu looked toward the direction of Qin He. He knew that yesterday Qin He went to visit where Futian and his companions lived by herself. Not only Tianyu knew, but many people knew about it, too. However, would Brahma's pure sky really allow Qin He to make such a decision? He had chatted with Qin He in Haotian City. He didn't mind her and Futian being friends, but Brahma's pure sky would not allow her to get involved with the celestial gate of vast heaven. Now Futian was standing on the side of the celestial gate of vast heaven, and this time he even came here to represent the celestial gate of vast heaven. Then, if Qin He chose to make friends with Futian, everything was different, and it would no longer be a matter just between her and Futian. Tianyu also wanted to see what Qin He and Brahma's pure sky would do. Everyone stayed quiet. Xiantian goddess's gaze fell on Qin He. Qin He looked toward the crowd and took a light step out. She took 2 steps forward and said, "Among all the warriors who broke into the Matrix yesterday, may I ask who wants to seek marriage with me?" After hearing Qin He's words, people looked serious. Was Qin He going to select? Sure enough, she would select amongst the people who challenged the Matrix, but before, there were only 3 major forces: Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and Demon Sky Court, which could be considered as entering the Xiantian Pavilion. A figure walked out from the crowd of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty quietly. It was Tianyu, and he was the only one who came out. In Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, no one but Tianyu was eligible to marry Qin He. "I have always admired Goddess and am willing to cultivate with you for the rest of my life. I promise that I will not let you feel lonely on your way of cultivation," Tianyu said. Although he did not need to rely on a woman to cultivate, he wouldn't mind having such an outstanding woman, such as Qin He, as his spiritual partner. Besides, this was related to the whole Heavenly Mandate realm. He pursued the great path of laws, but his priority was to let the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stand on the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Qin He smiled and bowed her head to Tianyu. Many people noticed Qin He's expression and faintly felt that she seemed to have some changes and looked a little different from yesterday. But no one was clear what kind of change it was. After Tianyu stepped out, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the direction of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, or in other words, fell on Futian. Although Demon Sky Court entered the Xiantian Pavilion, they didn't seem to have the intention to compete, and they were not able to compete with them. They were all clear that the spiritual partner selected by Qin He this time would surely be either Tianyu or Futian. But at this moment, Futian was standing quietly in the crowd of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, with no reaction at all. It was as if the thing had nothing to do with him. Futian also noticed people's gazes, but he was still very quiet and did not move. Many people had strange looks. What was going on? Futian, he didn't want to compete with Tianyu? Even the cultivators of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven looked at Futian full of doubt. People all knew that Qin He and Futian had a good relationship, and they once lived in a palace together. When Tianyu went to visit Qin He just received him at the gate. The difference between her attitudes toward these 2 men was obvious. If Futian competed with Tianyu, the probability of his winning was high. At least, Qin He would be inclined to choose him, as long as Brahma's pure sky did not interfere. This time, everyone had assumed that Futian would compete with Tianyu on behalf of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Even the Xiantian goddess was looking at Futian. Her eyes were so deep that nobody could see what she was thinking, but obviously, she was a little surprised. How about the celestial gate of vast heaven? Xiantian goddess even asked. Hua Qingyan gave Yi Futian a strange look. He overheard some of Qin He's conversation with Yi Futian yesterday. Did this guy really want to give up? So, what would Qin He choose to do? Yi Futian looked toward Qin He. Qin He was also looking at him. They smiled at each other as if they understood each other without speaking. Qin He knew that Yi Futian understood her. Friends were easy to make, but it was hard to find a person who truly understood her. However, at this moment, Qin He indeed felt someone truly understood her, and she enjoyed the feeling. Is there only the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Xiantian goddess asked. Qin He selected her spiritual partner, which made the whole Heavenly Mandate realm tremble, and all the top forces had come for her. However, in the end, only the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stood out. Were others even afraid to have a try? No one had expected this situation. In the direction of the celestial gate of vast heaven, someone walked forward and wanted to say something to Yi Futian, but Hua Qingyan waved his hand and stopped them. Just let it go. When Jiang Taishu saw the reaction of Yi Futian and Hua Qingyan, he didn't say anything and just watched it all quietly. So, Yi Tianyu was the only one who walked out. If only the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stands out, then there is no need to choose, Xiantian goddess said. Her gaze fell in the direction of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian of celestial gate of vast heaven really did not want to compete. Didn't they care if Brahma's pure sky joined hands with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? After her words, the space fell silent. Celestial gate of vast heaven still kept silent. Qin He, the Xiantian goddess said indifferently, looking at Qin He. At this moment, the atmosphere in this space was a bit depressing. People of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked indifferent, but they were smiling inwardly. Nobody expected that the celestial gate of vast heaven gave up on their own. They did not understand why Yi Futian did this. What he was doing was handing Qin He over to Yi Tianyu. Warriors of demon clans were also watching this quietly. Even though the human cultivation world had grown stronger, the demon clans would not be affected. Unless some unusual figures showed up, it was none of their business whether celestial gate of vast heaven would be destroyed or not. Some demon clans were even glad to see it happen. Therefore, they didn't care about this result. Even the celestial gate of vast heaven didn't keep it in mind, so why should they care? Yi Futian still had no response. It was as if he and the celestial gate of vast heaven came just to watch the show. At this time, Qin He looked at Yi Tianyu and said, smiling, I am honored by your Highness's admiration. I have also heard about your Highness for a long time. Previously, in the battles of Violet Heavenly Palace and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, you have shown marvelous performance. Today, I have the chance, so I personally want to spar with your Highness and learn about your cultivation. I wonder if your Highness can fulfill my wish? Was this Qin He's last test for Yi Tianyu? If Yi Tianyu was defeated, perhaps he would not be qualified to marry Qin He. However, although Qin He had strong combat strength, she still might not be able to defeat Yi Tianyu. Since you have shown interest, of course, I am willing to practice with you until you are satisfied, Yi Tianyu said with a smile. Qin He stepped forward and walked alone toward the bottom of the Xiantian hall stairs, then jumped down to the empty ground below. Yi Tianyu's body flickered, and he also landed there in a chivalrous manner. Everyone came to the stairs and looked down at them. Qin He and Yi Tianyu were standing opposite each other with extraordinary grace. Yi Tianyu, the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, was one of the most dazzling figures of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty today. Qin He was the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Qin He bowed to salute and said, Goddess first, Yi Tianyu said. He was personable and let Qin He go first. Qin He didn't decline. She waved her hands, and suddenly, the clouds and wind over the sky changed their color, and the wheels of the great path converged. Behind Qin He, a sacred goddess showed up. This statue of goddess also appeared in the previous Xiantian matrix with 3 heads and 6 arms, as high as 100 feet. Countless beams of divine light shrouded Qin He's body, making Qin He look more divine. Many people showed surprise. Qin He used such powerful force at the beginning, but what was her intention? When Qin He was drawing palm print, the goddess also did the same. The great Brahma heavenly voice appeared between the sky and the earth, resounding through the void sky. The great path was booming, and the wind and clouds roared above the sky dome. Numerous divine swords emerged, and as the goddess' finger pointed down, numerous swords burst into the air and thrust toward Tianyu. What does she mean? Warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty and Shangxia divine palace frowned. Qin He's way of attacking was not like practicing at all. An idea occurred to many people. Maybe Qin He was unwilling to marry Tianyu. Maybe she wanted to defeat Tianyu. Tianyu stood there, and the moment when he saw Qin He's attack, he understood something. There were not many changes in his eyes, but an outrageous spirit broke out from his body. A dazzling picture of heavenly mandate appeared behind him, making his body bathe in divine light. Both of them suddenly released extremely powerful forces. They were nothing like a couple who were about to marry. Tianyu drew palm prints, and above the sky dome, there seemed to be a deity descending. A horrifying godlike figure appeared behind Tianyu, holding up his hands. Countless palm prints blasted out toward the sky and collided with the approaching divine sword of cleansing. For a moment, the void sky oscillated, and the devastating air flows swept across the void air. What's going on? Countless people below Xiantian Pavilion looked up at the sky above and asked. There seemed to be life forces of horrifying great path fluctuating violently as if a fierce battle was breaking out. Besides, they could vaguely see two peerless figures in the upper sky, a goddess and a deity. Who were they fighting? Many people below Xiantian Pavilion were a little surprised that a fight had broken out in Xiantian Pavilion yesterday. Today should be the day for Qin He to choose a spiritual partner. Why was there another battle? What was even more shocking was that the goddess figure was used in a technique of Brahma's pure sky, and the deity-like figure was a part of the ultimate skill of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The one who is standing on top of the saint path is Qin He goddess, someone said. The other one is Tianyu, someone also said. Qin He and Tianyu were fighting. Many people were trembling inside. Were Qin He and Tianyu fighting? Could it be her last test for Tianyu? People looked up at the sky above Xiantian Pavilion and saw the horrifying airflow gradually rising. Two peerless figures showed up above the sky of Xiantian Pavilion. People could be able to see them fighting, and just as they had guessed, these two figures were Qin He and Tianyu. Are they mad? Many people thought to themselves, hearts beating hard when watching the situation on the battlefield. The divine sword of world cleansing and the heavenly mandate dynasty descended. Both of them collided with each other using the ultimate skills. This was no longer a simple practice, but a real battle. I remember the last time when all forces broke into the Xiantian matrix, it also happened. People said to one another, but their eyes were fixed on the battlefield in the void sky. The divine light was shining, and the glory of the great path fell from the sky. Their battle became more and more violent, and people had noticed that Tianyu was getting more serious, like a true god. His every attack was shocking. Even though Qin He was powerful, too, she was quelled. In the end, the divine light of all skies shone down and descended over Qin He's body. Qin He was hit and flew away, and her delicate body seemed to be penetrated by the divine light. Blood oozed out from her bright red lips. Why did he hit her so hard? Many people thought and twitched inside. They did not forget what the heavenly mandate dynasty crown prince came here for. He came here to seek marriage with Qin He. But at this moment, he wounded Qin He. People all thought this battle was way too fierce and would hurt the relationship. Unless something had happened above. But they didn't know. At this time, above Xiantian Pavilion, warriors who were watching the battle also looked solemn and looked up at the battlefield above the sky. Both of them looked radiant all over their bodies. Tianyu was bathed in the divine light, and the power of the great path poured into his body frantically. It was as if he had become the true deity. Qin He's temperament was like an immortal goddess, but at this moment, she was injured. There was no change in her eyes, and she was still staring in the direction of Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu also looked at her with a pair of golden eyes full of penetrating power. He just meant to practice, but Qin He attacked him mercilessly and fought with all her strength, so he had to take it seriously. From Qin He's fighting attitude, he naturally understood something. At this time, although Yi Tianyu still looked calm, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Since Qin He requested to fight, then he had to do it. Is that enough? Yi Tianyu asked Qin He. Qin He stepped forward and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She still had a smile on her face, and her clothes fluttered as she said, "Your Highness is indeed a peerless figure, but Qin He can still fight with you." After the words, the glory of divine light fell, and more goddess phantoms appeared in the surrounding world. Suddenly, the goddesses waved her arms at the same time, and the vast world was all shrouded within it. A touch of coldness flashed in his eyes after Yi Tianyu saw the scene, and he said, "Since Goddess wants to fight, I should accompany you." The divine armor over his body moved with the wind. Yi Tianyu raised his finger and pressed it toward the void sky. Instantly, the sky and the earth roared, and the killing light transformed from the Qianqiu brush engulfed the void sky as his original body was moving forward in this devastative airflow. He only took one step and came in front of Qin He, and slapped his godlike palm print forward. The great path was roaring, and the void sky was trembling. Yi Tianyu's palm blasted out tens of thousands of divine light beams, and Qin He's body was wrapped in the goddess figure. The goddess held the sword and collided with the deity's palm print, and the rumbling sound was like the collapse of the great path. All the arms exploded and shattered until the divine light also penetrated Qin He's body. This time, it was more violent than the previous blow. Qin He flew back. Her body was slightly bent, and her face turned pale. It took her a long while to stop. The battle ceased. There was no sound over the Xiantian pavilion except for the sound of the roaring of the great path airflow. People all looked at Qin He. At this moment, they also understood. First goddess of Brahma's pure sky seemed to be expressing her attitude in this way, and she was by no means willing to marry him. "Qin He!" Xiantian goddess glanced up at Qin He and said coldly, "Enough." Qin He slightly raised her head, and a bright smile appeared on her pale face, but this smile made people feel a touch of sadness. There seemed to be a bit of loneliness hidden in that beautiful face. "Qin He can fight again, master," Qin He said. Her calm tones seemed to hide her determination. In a quiet space, only Qin He's voice echoed between the sky and the earth. Yi Tianyu's look turned cold, and he felt a little angry. He had said that although he was willing to arrange a marriage with Brahma's pure sky, he didn't care too much about it. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't matter much to him. If he really was looking for a spiritual partner, there were so many excellent women in the world for him to choose. Even if he couldn't find any in the heavenly mandate realm, he could go to other realms. However, for his clan, he did not mind having this marriage. But now, even though Brahma's pure sky had invited them to come, no one competed with him, and Qin He was defeated. Why did she put him in such a situation? How could they do that to the heavenly mandate dynasty? Should they fight again? The divine light over Yi Tianyu's body became even more dazzling. Many people looked up at him and trembled inwardly. They knew that Yi Tianyu was obviously angry. Bang! Yi Tianyu stepped into the void sky, raised his hand, and drew a palm print. With the blooming of the divine light, the palm print of the great path banged directly over Qin He's body. This time, Qin He flew out feebly and hit a palace in the distance, and then fell towards the sky. This scene made everyone's heart beat fast. Yi Tianyu was attacking violently. As the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, he also had his own pride. If it had not been for the revival of the heavenly mandate dynasty, how could he treat a woman like that? But now, Qin He still had not given him the respect he deserved. Now she still wanted to fight, so he would accompany her. "It's time for Goddess to make a decision." Yi Tianyu stood above the void sky and said to Qin He, looking a little bit aggressive. At this time, Qin He's life force was weak. She got up from the ground, but her body was not stable. She looked up and smiled elegantly and sadly. I can still fight, Qin He said in a feeble voice. Apparently, she could no longer fight. But even at this moment, she still refused to compromise. She did not express her thoughts clearly, but her actions made everyone understand. She was unwilling to marry Yi Tianyu, and what she was doing was a silent protest. Qin He looked at Yi Tianyu and looked toward the direction of Brahma's pure sky. Her beautiful and sad smile seemed to contain her memories. Since she started cultivation, Brahma's pure sky was her home, and everything of hers was given to her by Brahma's pure sky. The title of first goddess of Brahma's pure sky gave her a lot of praise about her appearance and her spiritual achievements, and they also came from Brahma's pure sky. She could not refute or directly resist orders from her master, so she could only make a silent protest. This was not the way she wanted. Instead of accepting all this, she'd rather return everything to Brahma's pure sky, so she would not owe Brahma's pure sky anymore. Warriors of Brahma's pure sky were also somehow moved. Many people looked at Xiantian goddess. Xiantian goddess still sat there and took a look at Qin He, and then took a look at Yi Futian. Qin He went to the palace where Yi Futian stayed yesterday. What did they talk about? Goddess Qin, are you sure you can fight again? Yi Tianyu stood in the void, looking down at Qin He. Qin He looked up at Yi Tianyu, who was still bathed in divine light. She said, Of course. Okay. Yi Tianyu didn't say much. Brahma's pure sky didn't say anything, but Qin He still wanted to fight, so what could he do? It seemed that he had to continue. Yi Tianyu was bathed in divine light, wearing the divine armor. The dazzling light made many people feel scared. Yi Tianyu raised his hand and thrust it toward Qin He. It seemed as if this strike was enough to destroy Qin He. Many people's hearts thumped fast. Yi Tianyu's movement was also very slow. It was as if he was waiting for something. However, Brahma's pure sky still did not say anything, and Qin He did not compromise. With his arms slowly lowering, his body also went down and headed straight toward where Qin He was. The gorgeous divine light engulfed Qin He's body, making it almost impossible to see her figure. All warriors held their breath. No one had expected that things would end like this today. The things today were beyond everyone's expectations. Finally, the gorgeous light came. Boom! After a loud noise, the void sky trembled violently, and people's hearts thumped hard with it. Countless eyes stared at the front. The fairy-like figure was still standing there, not withering. In the sky above her body, a silver-haired figure showed up. His hair was white, and his clothes were white, and he was handsome and unparalleled. The sound of elephant roaring came out, and the horrifying aura of elephant shone between the sky and the earth, containing an appalling might. Yi Futian! Did he finally come out? Many pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Just now, at the crucial moment, Yi Futian came across the space and came in front of Qin He, blocking Yi Tianyu's blow. Yi Tianyu lowered his head, and his eyes fell on Yi Futian's body. The wills of the great path growled, and his expression was extremely cold. He said, I don't remember you coming out at the beginning. Since Yi Futian didn't come out at the beginning, he had given up the opportunity to fight. But he stood up at this moment. What did he mean? Xiantian goddess was also looking at Yi Futian. Until this moment, she still didn't mean to intervene even though many disciples of Brahma's pure sky had shown their worry. Today, two supreme powers of the heavenly mandate realm have jointly persecuted a young cultivator. I feel pity for you. Yi Futian avoided directly responding to Yi Tianyu's words and said this ironically. His eyes looked a bit cold. Qin He went to him last night, and after their conversation, Yi Futian understood Qin He's thoughts, and the two also reached a certain understanding. Everyone had speculated that Qin He might choose him, but neither he nor Qin He had such an idea. Therefore, he did not step out today, nor did Qin He choose Yi Tianyu, but instead, they experienced a great battle just now, which was her intention. Coerce? Yi Tianyu murmured and said, I never coerced anyone. It was Brahma's pure heaven who extended the invitation to this feast, and it was Brahma's pure heaven that informed us Od Chin He's intention to choose a companion in cultivation. So I came from the heavenly mandate realm and did all this. What is the meaning of this? As he finished speaking, he stepped forward and looked at Futian. Since you didn't step out, you are not qualified to intervene in this matter. If Brahma's pure heaven wants to make an alliance with anyone, it's a decision that could be made directly. I don't think Chin He is qualified to decide for Brahma's pure heaven. Futian looked at Xiantian goddess and said, I would humbly ask Xiantian goddess, what is the meaning of all this? For Chin He to pick a path companion meant that Chin He had the power to decide the alliance by marriage. But judging from all that had happened, he did not think Chin He had such a position in Brahma's pure heaven. Coupled with what he saw last night, there must be an ulterior motive for Brahma's pure heaven to do so, and it had nothing to do with Chin He. Chin He was just the one that Brahma's pure heaven decided to sacrifice for some yet unknown purpose. Xiantian goddess looked at Futian, and instead of answering Futian's question, she asked, Futian, today Brahma's pure heaven is choosing a path companion for Chin He. Are you in or are you out? Futian gazed at the other, and did not avoid the eyes of the Xiantian goddess. He looked very serious, and with a hint of indifference he said, I do not deal in the sacrifice of another, and Chin He, she is also unwilling to make such a trade. Xiantian goddess looked into Futian's eyes. Was he refusing? Everyone in Heavenly Mandate realm had thought that today Futian would compete with the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Tianyu, and because of Chin He's preference, Futian was the most likely to win Chin He over as her chosen path companion. But no one would think that Futian did not participate directly, and Chin He was even more resolute. Their attitude was clearly witnessed by everyone. Even though it concerned the institution of the Heavenly Mandate realm, they were still unwilling to go against their hearts, and do something against their will. Chin He, especially, had even defied the order of her master, and had made a silent protest by fighting against Tianyu, the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, until she could fight no longer. At this moment, Chin He took a step forward. Her face was still pale, with blood stains at the corners of her mouth. The step she took put her next to Futian. The face of the peerless goddess was beautiful beyond compare, and the white-haired young man was full of spirit. In this instant, many witnessed an illusion. It was as if they were really a perfect pair. Moreover, everyone could see that they admired each other. Chin He had openly expressed her admiration for Futian, and Futian protecting Chin He did the same. But admiration aside, it did not represent feelings, nor was it entangled with selfish interests. That was not Futian's intent, nor was it Chin He's. Especially for Chin He, at this moment, she smiled and cast a glance at the white-haired young man beside her. Her admiration of Futian came from her heart. He was so dazzling and outstanding. Everyone thought that Tianyu, the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were the two most talented geniuses and representatives of this generation. But in Chin He's eyes, everyone had underestimated Futian. Even though he had demonstrated great talent, the world still underestimated him. She thought that in the future, Futian would rule over all in the Heavenly Mandate Heaven. Young Master Yi is right. All that Chin He has was given to her by her master. It can all also be taken back by her master. One came to Brahma's pure heaven to seek the way and see the way diminished at Brahma's pure heaven. There was no resentment or regret. It is just because of clan interest to arrange a marriage. This was not Chin He's idea. Chin He glanced at the Xiantian goddess. Her voice showed her determination. This was the path of her way, and she would guard it no matter the cost, even if it meant the destruction of her way. Her heart remained on its path. Many were silent upon hearing what Chin He had to say. The cultivators here were all cultivators of Saint Plane or higher. Even though in the Heavenly Mandate realm, cultivators of Saint Plane were plentiful, and were not considered to be at a high plane. Yet, it was a plane that had also undergone the test of the mindfulness of the path, and their hearts had experienced transformation. Therefore, they were all a little moved. There was a reason why Qin He was able to become the first maiden of Brahma's pure heaven. If she accepted the arrangement of Brahma's pure heaven and became path companions with the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, she would still be the magnificent Qin He even when the two became a heavenly couple. But at this moment Qin He, with a touch of sadness, seemed to be even more admirable and deserving of respect. In the quiet space, many people had a lot of thoughts of their own, but none of them were easy to express. Even Xiantian goddess was silent at the moment, and did not speak. No one knew her thoughts, and no one knew the thoughts of Brahma's pure heaven. From the beginning until now, everyone was a little doubtful. They came here to see how the whole thing would turn out. Since Goddess Qin has already said so, then let it stop here. Although I am not a human cultivator, the matter of human marriage should not be forced. A voice interrupted the quiet space, and the one who spoke was the cultivator of the dragon gods, Longchen. At this moment, under these circumstances, many people dared not speak, but Longchen didn't care so much. The dragon gods of the demon realm was extremely powerful. Longchen, as the purple-blood divine dragon, had incredible talent. His status in the demon realm was comparable to that of Yi Tianyu in the world of human cultivation. Longchen didn't care so much, so he spoke up. So, Brahma's pure heaven invited all the forces here with such great flair, tested the Xiantian matrix, entered the Xiantian pavilion, under the pretext that Qin He was to choose a companion. All the forces of the heavenly mandate realm came for this purpose, and this is how it ends. Anao Mountain's demonic cultivators remarked. What is all this? None of us could breach the matrix, so although we were not qualified to participate, if this is how things end, it really does look like a joke. The cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan had always reveled in chaos. They had always wanted the situation to be more chaotic. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is a supreme principality. Its crown prince is an excellent figure in his own right. He is not too concerned about it. If he wants to continue and push Goddess Qin further away, what good would it do? It would just sully the reputation of the two great powers. At this time, Gao Yuang 10,000 Divine Mountain also spoke up, seemingly to calm down the situation. Yi Tianyu had been standing above the void, surrounded by divine light, clad in the armor of a god. Of all the comments made, what was said by Gao Huang of the 10,000 Divine Mountain was actually the most realistic. Qin He behaved so resolutely that if he were to continue, the two peak forces of Brahma's pure heaven and heavenly mandate dynasty both pushing a peerless goddess into a desperate situation would definitely not be some glorious matter to boast of. But was he the one who caused everything that happened to reach this point? Now I, Yi Tianyu, look like the bad guy. Yi Tianyu suddenly laughed, with a particularly sarcastic irony. What did it all this have to do with him? The heavenly mandate dynasty and Yi Tianyu were both innocent. He came because of Brahma's pure heaven's invitation. He tried very hard to do what he could, but now, he had become the one to be accused of doing something wrong. It was as if he was pressuring Qin He, like he wanted to destroy this beauty out of his own narrow-mindedness. How ironic. What a joke. The fault of Brahma's pure heaven seems to be my senior brother's fault. In the direction of Shangxia Divine Palace, Yan Sui also spoke up, and his tone was laced with some sarcasm. Neither Yi Tianyu nor Qin He was wrong. They were both doing what they thought was the right thing to do, and they were insisting on their own way. All this chaos has been caused by Brahma's pure heaven. Brahma's pure heaven, aren't you going to say anything? Lin Yu also remarked, with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Shangxia Divine Palace came to help Yi Tianyu to bring back the beauty as a contribution to Yi Tianyu's effort to revive the heavenly mandate dynasty. But now, what was this? There was nothing more that Xiantian goddess could say. All of this went beyond anything she could have anticipated. I, Yi Tianyu, am a true and righteous man. I have no concerns over lacking a wife. Since Goddess Qin is not in favor of the union, I will not force it. Yi Tianyu finally spoke his mind, causing everyone's heart to be slightly disquieted. Yi Tianyu was willing to give up. He no longer pressing Qin He on the matter. Senior brother, the people from Shangxia Divine Palace, such as Yan Sui, wanted to see Yi Tianyu succeed. Many people admired Etianyu in their hearts. Above the Shangxia divine palace, Etianyu was definitely the one and only. True and righteous men did not lack mates, but Brahma's pure heaven should not have contrived such a scheme. But even so, Etianyu would no longer continue to entangle himself in this matter. This was his attitude on the matter. Although he had let it go, Etianyu's eyes still fell on Qin He, or rather, fastened on Futian. In the past, at the celestial gate of vast heaven, you intervened in the dispute between the celestial gate of vast heaven and my heavenly mandate dynasty. Now, in Xiantian Pavilion at Brahma's pure heaven, why do you interfere with the matter between Brahma's pure heaven and me, since you did not participate yourself? Etianyu's eyes fell on Futian. His eyes were extremely sharp. As he took a step forward, the void shook, and the divine light was radiant, shining toward Futian's direction. Futian looked up at Etianyu, and the hearts of many trembled slightly. Etianyu had let Qin He go, and the whole affair stopped there. But Futian intervened and ruined his chance. That was not something Etianyu intended to let go. Chapter 1482, Battling Etianyu. Goddess Qin is a good friend of mine, so this naturally has something to do with me. Futian looked at Etianyu and said. There was a sound of elephants chanting upon his body, which rang through heaven and earth. Above the Xiantian Pavilion, everyone felt as if hundreds of thousands of elephants were running by. In an instant, the horrifying storm of the great paths swept out and collided in the void. The hearts of many felt chilled. Futian was facing Etianyu. Did he also want to battle him? Etianyu looked as if he was electrified, full of sharp edges. He said, This is the Xiantian Pavilion of Brahma's pure heaven. I won't fight here. As he finished speaking, he gave another look at Futian and turned around to walk outside Xiantian Pavilion. Futian naturally understood what he meant. He stepped into the void and headed outside as well. Seeing the actions of the two, many above Xiantian Pavilion followed them at once, and a sublime atmosphere moved outward all of a sudden. It was quite spectacular. Soon, only very few people remained in Xiantian Pavilion. Qin He looked up over there but didn't move. Those from Brahma's pure heaven was still here. Goddess Xiantian looked at Qin He and then said to the others around her, Take Qin He back to Brahma's pure heaven. Her voice was still calm, and no emotions could be detected from it. No one knew her thoughts. Even the disciples of Brahma's pure heaven could not tell. Yes. Several people walked toward Qin He. Qin He looked at Goddess Xiantian. Her eyes still expressed some confusion and a hint of loss. Goddess Xiantian looked at her and said, Focus on cultivation in the future. When she was done, she walked outside. Qin He's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. She was still puzzled and did not understand what Goddess Xiantian meant. Why ask her to focus on cultivation again? At this time, countless people beneath the Xiantian Pavilion felt as if their hearts had been shaken. They looked up above the void and felt an inner shock. Could it be that Etianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and Futian were finally colliding? Previously, everyone in the heavenly mandate realm thought that this time, when Qin He was selecting a path companion, it would be a game between the two of them. But no one thought it would be in the form of fighting. After all, the cultivation between the two was completely different. Even though Futian was 1 in a million, he was still just an unblemished saint. The Crown Prince Etianyu had already proven to be in the Nirvana plane, and may even be the strongest person under Renhuang of the heavenly mandate realm. At their level, this realm was extremely difficult to cross. How could they fight then? 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, someone said when they felt the surging momentum from Futian. The two figures walked above the sky, leaving Xiantian Pavilion, and came to the area outside. There seemed to be countless illusions of the divine elephants above the sky. The breath upon Futian was already comparable to that of the Nirvana plane. With the help of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, Futian's strength is indeed comparable to that of the Nirvana plane. This makes them equal when fighting one another. Many people observed and remarked. The bones of the ancestors of the divine elephants had extremely potent power. After Futian cultivated with the divine elephants and learned of this unparalleled skill, he was able to resonate with the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor and burst into supreme power. Tianyu, likewise, also continued in the peak form as when he fought with Qin He. The life spirit of the divine picture of the heavenly mandate bloomed, the divine light of the great path continuing to converge toward his body. This made him the incarnation of the divine body of the great path, the one and only. The scene above the sky was utterly shocking. Tianyu, known as the natural supremacy of the heavenly mandate dynasty, was destined to be extraordinary. He was shouldering the mission of reviving the heavenly mandate dynasty. Then there was Futian, who had called himself the divine body of the heavenly path. What a battle these two men would have! The cultivators of those top principalities landed in different directions, but all were gazing at the battlefield, especially the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan and Zhang Yuan. They were highly interested in this battle. Today, Tianyu failed to win the heart of Qin He and make an alliance through marriage with Brahma's pure heaven, but the chasm between Futian and celestial gate of vast heaven had also deepened. This time, perhaps neither Tianyu nor the heavenly mandate dynasty would not let the matter go. A violent, murderous force swept through the sky and the earth. Above the void, Tianyu was clad in the divine armor of a god. His golden pupils were extremely sharp. His finger pressed toward the void, and a frightening qianqiu brush appeared above the void, stabbing directly down from the sky. It broke through the air instantly as thousands of murderous air streams turned into the divine light of the great path, aiming straight at Futian. There was a sharp howling sound in the void, pricking everyone's eardrum. Even cultivators standing in the distance could feel that strong will of murder. If there were a chance, perhaps Tianyu would kill Futian. Futian raised his hand and blasted the great path to destroy everything, shattering the void. With Futian's body as the center, a terrible scene appeared around him as thousands of divine elephants rushing past, stomping across the sky and smashing those killing streams. There was a terrible storm of the great path on the sky, and the two of them stunned everyone with just the initial exchange. The 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor. Tianyu could naturally feel the powerful momentum emitting from Futian's body, which was faintly laced with the might of the imperial power of sovereign. The countless divine elephants that had trampled through the void contained the will of the demon emperor. The divine picture of heavenly mandate roared in the void, gathering the great path of heaven and earth. The world was enveloped by a picture, as the divine picture of the heavenly mandate was madly expanding, covering the sun and the sky and shrouding the battlefield where he and Futian were. In a moment, an infinite number of murderous air currents fell from the sky, and many qianqiu brushes appeared. In Tianyu's palm, a divine brush seemed to have appeared. It would be able to cut through the great path. He, who was clad in the divine armor, appeared to be the descendant of the gods. In his hand he held the pen and smashed it down from the sky. Under the attack of thousands of qianqiu brushes, the entire sky seemed to be buried in the slaughter. Futian's image became extraordinarily small in comparison. Futian looked up at the countless divine brushes that descended from the sky, each of which contained the slaying power of the great path. It roared through the sky and slashed to his side. Futian's face was somber, and the deed of thorough comprehension exploded. As the great path unified, an idol king appeared upon his body, a divine elephant of golden armor. With the sound of the elephant trumpet, it rocked heaven and shook the earth. It was as if everything was about to collapse. The hearts of many beat rapidly, and they were all in extreme shock. How strong! Everyone looked at the battlefield, especially those who were on the Xiantian pavilion before. They found that this battle was even more violent than the one between Tianyu and Qin He, and the initial exchange of the two was enough to stun everyone. Futian's body, which was enveloped with the divine elephant of golden armor, had now transformed into the divine elephant emperor. Tens of thousands of elephants trampled towards the sky, colliding with qianqiu brushes. There were even an infinite number of killing currents and qianqiu brushes that landed on the immense torso of the divine elephant of the golden armor, unable to shake it in the slightest. Spectacular! The people in the Brahma sky city below watched this violent battle with trembling excitement. The scene in front of them was simply too sensational. The idol king continued forward toward Etienne. Obviously, Yi Futian did not intend to take a defensive position at all but instead took the initiative to attack preemptively to Etienne, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Bang! The method of divine elephant stomping the sky bloomed, crushing the void and trampling the great path. The divine elephant of golden armor moved forward. Its seemingly awkward body arrived in front of Etienne in an instant. "I heard that you were born to be supreme, but your true strength is unknown," Yi Futian said loudly, dominant and overbearing. With his palms raised, he launched a punch at Etienne, and the void seemed to be shattered and pulverized. Between him and Etienne, everything was exploded and shattered. Etienne also truly felt Yi Futian's aggressive and dominant power. He stepped forward, and the giant Xianqiu brush also pierced ahead. Infinite murderous air currents converged into a storm of slaughter that continued to collide with the might of that and that strike. Boom, boom! The two forces converged, and the world was overshadowed. Bang! Yi Futian continued to take a step forward. The immense divine elephants once again trampled the sky, and the arm once again penetrated heaven and earth. As this strike was thrown, infinite shadows of the punch appeared, and each blow was able to shatter the sky. The power of the divine elephant void-splitting fist could crush an entire space. The divine picture of heavenly mandate released bright dazzling divine light, covering Etienne. With his body as the center, a storm of the great path started to rise. The heavenly mandate divine book bloomed, and hundreds of thousands of the slaughtering forces seemed to be swallowed up by the divine picture of the great path. Everything could be wiped out at any time. He stared at Yi Futian. His eyes were still proud. "Divine art of heavenly mandate?" Yi Futian looked down at him. His body was glowing with celestial light. With the celestial soul gathering, the celestial soul attraction was released. Behind Yi Futian, in addition to the tens of thousands of divine elephants galloping, there was a celestial soul that also manifested, emitting extremely and radiant celestial light. This scene made Yi Futian's temperament even more remarkable. Fae and demon united as one, showing a tantalizing demonic elegance. However, Etienne was not to be surpassed. The divine picture of heavenly mandate was bright, and shrouded his body. The divine light of the great path flowed toward his body and put the armor of a god on him. This armor of a god actually took the shape of a gigantic demon. It transformed into the divine bird Kunping battle suit. At this moment, there seemed to be a sacred divine beast of Kunping that formed a battle armor. Its gorgeous and divine feathers opened, covering the sun in the sky, and the divine light split through the sky. Then a supreme collision! The hearts of many cultivators beat wildly. They did not expect that the battle between Yi Futian and Etienne could be so brilliant, or that Yi Futian, who had urged the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, was just like Gu Donglu before. He was outstanding within the realm, comparable to that of Nirvana, as he battled Etienne with an indomitable stance. Above the sky, the battle will covered the heavens. Yi Futian's pupils were demonic and terrifying, and he sensed the spiritual souls of Etienne. He saw that Etienne's spiritual soul had put on the divine armor of Kunping. It was radiant beyond imagination. Clearly, the divine method of the heavenly realm could also be used on the spiritual soul as a truly top-notch method. Etienne waving both wings, and caused a slaughtering storm above the sky. There were countless divine feathers of the Kunping turning into golden slaughtering spears upon the divine armor of Kunping, which instantly shot through the void and aimed toward Yi Futian. Bang, bang, bang! The bodies of galloping giant divine elephants were directly penetrated and shattered. Yi Futian, who was possessed by the golden divine elephant, kept walking forward. When he stepped out, the sky shook violently. It seemed it would collapse in total destruction. At the same time, a terrifying might of suppression descended. It seemed to freeze the space. Many slaughtering spears above the sky became sluggish. Their power had greatly weakened. But Etienne didn't stop giving up. The wings of the Kunping opened up, and the divine wings that sheltered the sky continued flapping. The sky was blowing a storm of the great path, But it was the force of the wind that caused a hurricane in the Brahma sky city. The hurricane brought the golden slaughtering spears to descend at the same time in Futian's direction. Such force, even for troops in the hundreds and thousands, would be wiped out immediately. But Futian did not stop. He was still walking in the storm, and each step was earth-shattering. When the power of the 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor was released, the power of the ultimate skills of the Divine Elephants also surged, resonating together. The galloping Divine Elephants had unparalleled power. His body rushed toward the center of the storm, and as a punch was thrown, the great path collapsed, opening up a great path of space. The golden Divine Elephants walked in this great path of space, crossing the void with a single step, and came in front of Tianyu. The Divine Elephant of golden armor and Kumpan of the Divine armor faced each other, and the people in the sky below looked up at the center of the storm. This was no longer a confrontation between Futian and Tianyu. It was more like a confrontation between divine beasts. Futian raised his fist and blasted it forward without any flourishing movements. The bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor inside his body burst out into divine glory and merged into the will of his fist. When this punch was thrown, Tianyu, though clad with the divine armor of Kunping that was protecting his spiritual soul, still felt the shock of the spiritual soul. Futian's attack contained a terrible power that was able to penetrate anything. Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist, shattering the void. At the same time, Tianyu's divine method bloomed, and a giant illusion of Kunping appeared in the sky, grabbing at the giant divine elephant that appeared. They collided above the sky. Rumble! The sound of a horrible collision hurt the eardrums of the crowd. Looking up, the giant beasts collided, and the sky and earth broke apart. Moreover, this seemed to be just the beginning. Futian was still pressing forward while attacking, launching punch after punch. He was facing Tianyu, colliding with the great path. This white-haired young man had found no equal. With Futian attacking like this, how could Tianyu retreat? The attacks of the Kunping's feathers could pierce the void. The crowd saw continuous and violent collisions above the sky, and neither warrior showed any intention of stopping. As the collision continued, everyone was shocked to discover that Futian's attacks seemed to be more violent and fierce. In contrast, Tianyu seemed to have suffered some interference, as his power was weakening. As a result, it felt as if Futian had taken the initiative to engage in a violent attack while Tianyu was merely defending himself. Once, in the battle between Gu Donglu and Tianyu had not been suppressed and always took the initiative. Now, in his fight with Futian, it actually felt that he was somewhat passive. What a shock this was! Could it be the might of the bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor? Even so, Futian's raw strength was still terribly powerful. Naturally, they did not understand why Tianyu's offensive would be increased. Each of Futian's dominant methods contained a powerful force to suppress and collapse. They directly blasted onto the spiritual soul through Tianyu's body. Although the spiritual soul was clad with the will of war, under the continuous violent attacks, it was still extremely uncomfortable. Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, Tianyu's body was knocked back. He could have continued to fight, but he did not. He chose to retreat instead. This step back was a little embarrassing for him. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty retreated in battle with Futian. But he had to take this step back, or he would still be suppressed. He needed to retreat so he could advance. However, Tianyu's retreat, as he had thought, shocked countless people beneath the sky. Tianyu retreated during the confrontation with Futian. Could it be that Futian is stronger than the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Gu Donglu? Some murmured, feeling the whole thing to be surreal. Even though Futian's power was great, perhaps his talent could be ranked in the top 5 of Heavenly Mandate. However, nobody had ever thought that he could be stronger than Tianyu. It should be the mighty power of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. After all, it was the ancestor of the Divine Elephants, the royal mount of the Demon Emperor, an existence that shocked all generations alike. Someone responded. Tianyu just took a step back. He needed to pull away to use a stronger method. Someone looked up into the sky with an extremely sharp expression. Sure enough, Etienne's aura had become perceivably more terrible. The divine picture of heavenly mandate engulfed the great path of heaven and earth. Countless divine lights of the great path seeped into Etienne's body. The divine picture also integrated into the body, wrapping it and turning it into a part of the divine armor. With dazzling divine light falling down, his long hair that was behind him also turned golden, full of sharp breath. His robe fluttered as he became a god of war, which was the ultimate evolution of the divine art of heavenly mandate, the divine advent. Etienne wanted to morph into a celestial divinity. However, just as he devoured the divine light of the great path, the sound of elephant trumpeting was heard, and an incomparable figure appeared above the sky. Futian's silver hair danced with the wind, possessed by the divine elephant, and a long staff appeared in his hand. This long staff seemed to have been formed by the celestial way, but it was shining with a brilliant golden light. What was even more terrifying was the power contained in the long staff. Stepping onto the sky, Futian glanced at Etienne below and did not give him any time to gather his divine power. He just unleashed a strike with the staff. Shadows of the staff appeared and filled the sky. Among the many shadows of staff, there were also galloping divine elephants. The staff techniques were 9 strikes in the heaven, but powered by the immense strength of the divine elephants and incorporating the will of the elephants splitting the sky into it, its strength could only be imagined. Etienne raised his head to sweep a glance over the void. His rage surged to his crown, and his golden hair stood on end like spears. He shot out as if he were one of the gods. He raised his hand to point toward the void. His godlike figure was dazzling. As his finger pointed to the sky, moving his way forward, he broke through the great path, splitting through the sky. Countless shadows of the staff were now collapsing here. He wanted to open up an ancient path of slaughter, aiming at Futian. Etienne had extreme killing will in his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, Etienne had caused the divine might of the great path to collide with the long staff. However, he did not retreat, which showed just how terrible Etienne was in the state of godly advent. Buzz! The storm of great path ravaged, and Futian stepped down, following up with another strike of the long staff with even greater power. Behind Etienne, the divine wings of Kunping appeared. They lifted up, cutting through the void to shatter the shadows of the staff. Its divine power was incomparable. In the area outside of Xiantian Pavilion, countless people in the Brahma Sky City looked up at the sky, their eyes not blinking. They stared at the battlefield, watching this terrifying battle that could make the gods and ghosts weep. The sound of collisions blasted out again and again. Each time felt as if there was a collision in their heart, making them feel that their bodies were vibrating and their blood boiling. The staff technique is still getting stronger. Those below watched as the staff blast out endlessly, trembling. Even if Etienne had the body of a god, it seemed that it was reaching the limit. When the 6th staff strike blasted out, the supreme power blasted open the void. Etienne groaned as his body fell from the void. His face was pale, and his spiritual soul trembled. The divine elephant descended from the sky, trampling the void, and struck with the staff again. This strike unified hundreds and thousands of the staff shadows into one. Even though it was only one strike, it seemed to be one with the great path. It flew toward Etienne. However, Etienne, who looked like a god from heaven, dared not intercept this attack at this moment. At this time, he was comparable to the body of the god, but still summoned the body of Kunping to attack. Boom! The shadow of the staff fell, the Kunping was shattered, and the divine armor was torn apart. A violent power penetrated the defense and exploded upon Etienne. His body was knocked to the ground from the sky, and all the buildings were pulverized. Countless people backed away as cracks appeared underneath their feet. Etienne has been suppressed. The eyes of many were dull. They couldn't believe what they had seen. In the heavenly mandate realm, was there someone who could suppress Etienne? As the battle of the celestial gate of vast heaven, even Gu Donglu had been unable to achieve it. Futian leveraged the power of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions to suppress the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and knocked him to the ground. One could only imagine how strong of an impression this scene had left on people. When the dust cleared, everyone looked at the ground. Etienne, who was bathed in golden rays, stood in the ruins. The ground was already shattered. Above the sky, a peerless figure stood there, extremely dazzling. He was the white-haired talent who once again shocked the heavenly mandate realm. In the fight for the great path of heavenly mandate, who could be invincible? Who could be matchless and rule the times? All the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven looked at Futian, and there was some disturbance in their hearts. Gu Donglu was taken back to the Fei clan and was nurtured as its future leader. Although the two major clans shared the same goal and agreed on the same point, to say that everyone was the same as the lord of the Jiang clan without any thoughts regarding their personal interest would be impossible. If Gu Dongliu's performance were disappointing, then Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would not wager everything on him. Last time, Gu Donglu and Yi Tianzhang ended up in a draw. It was still something people of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven found comforting. After all, there was still a lot of room for improvement for Gu Donglu. But they did not expect that today, Gu Dongliu's junior brother, Yi Futian, would also be someone who could rule an era. Unexpectedly, he had suppressed Etienne, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate realm. What kind of characters would these two brothers be in a few more years? What kind of landscape would be in the future for the heavenly mandate realm? Moreover, there seemed to be another figure named Yuxing, who had been cultivating with the dragon gods. Rumor had it that Yuxing had been accepted as a disciple by the dragon gods and had been cultivating with its top characters. Those of the heavenly mandate dynasty were also shaken to the core, and their eyes were extremely sharp, including those from Shanxia Divine Palace. Their senior brother had actually been defeated, blasted to the ground. Even if the other party had the help of a magical divine item, his own strength was also incredible. Its attack could be considered terrifying. It seemed that one could not afford to underestimate top figures in the supreme realm. Undoubtedly, Yi Futian belonged amongst top genius talents. There were few people who could rival Etienne. All the cultivators felt the disturbance in their hearts, and this gave rise to all kinds of thoughts. Goddess Xiantian and the cultivators of Brahma's pure heaven were also watching the battle, staring at Yi Futian. At this moment, a slight sound was heard, and from the broken ground below, Etienne emerged. The divine light on his body was still bright and dazzling, which moved many people. Even such an attack could not hurt him seriously, and Etienne, in the state of godly advent, possessed the body of celestial divinity. He was indeed fearsome. Yi Futian looked down at Etienne, a well-known figure of the Nirvana plane and the most outstanding descendant of the peak Renhuang existence, who would one day be the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Etienne, who was hailed as a natural-born supreme, was indeed very strong. Yi Futian's attack was already at the peak of Nirvana plane, but even so, it had only slightly injured Etienne. Although he managed to suppress the other, he was unable to seriously damage Etienne. Etienne looked up and stared at Yi Futian in the void. He was expressionless, and there seemed to be no disturbance on his face. No one knew what he was thinking or how he felt at the moment. The void became a bit oppressed. Etienne's eyes never left Yi Futian, and then he stretched out his palms. In an instant, divine light dazzled. A divine pagoda appeared in front of Etienne, continuously expanding and enlarging in the void. Renhuang implement. Everyone's eyes sharpened. Etienne had now also released the Renhuang implement. Furthermore, the might of this particular Renhuang implement was extremely aggressive, as it continued flying toward the sky, turning into an immense and endless pagoda. The infinite divine light of the great path flooded into it, and the light of the divine pagoda headed toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at the pagoda and stepped into the void. The divine elephant roared and headed toward the pagoda. However, under the glory of the divine pagoda, every single one of the divine elephants was shattered into nothingness. The divine light permeated the sky, turning into a storm of destruction and murder. Boom! Yi Futian's celestial soul power was faintly restricted. This divine pagoda contained the power to suppress celestial soul, which was the prowess of Renhuang. There was a loud roar inside of Futian, and the power of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor surged to the extreme. An overpowering divine elephant appeared and stepped into the sky. The long staff in his hand swung toward the divine pagoda. Tianyu's body flickered and appeared on top of the divine pagoda. His body became large and turned into a true celestial divinity. He held the giant divine pagoda in his hand and hurled it below. Illusions of the divine pagoda slammed down. It was as if they could destroy demons and saints. Under the shining glory of the divine pagoda, Tianyu turned into the ancient emperor. It was like the ancient emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty had descended into the world, his towering figure releasing the mighty power of the great path. This implement. The cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven looked grave. The might of Renhuang from this implement was extremely horrifying. Even if Tianyu's current state could not release all its power, just a part of its might would be enough to put the fear into everyone's heart. Tianyu obtained this thing from the ancestral lands. The implement left by an ancestor, and its power was far more than what was being shown. Since Futian fought against him using the bones of the mount of the demon emperor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, then he would have to suppress him with the implement of his ancestors. Boom! There was a sound of a shocking collision above the sky. It was extremely horrific, and Futian's staff technique was suppressed by it. The lights of divine pagoda rushed toward his body. It was like shadows of the divine pagoda directly ran through his body, shrouding that immense and boundless divine elephant, and his celestial soul was, likewise, suppressed. What a powerful implement! The cultivators around were all trembling. It seemed that Tianyu was angered by being overwhelmed by Futian, and had now resorted to a super-powerful implement, determined to reverse the tides and wash away his shame. The light of the pagoda seemed to be manifold, covering Futian's body. Each fold of the divine light was extraordinarily terrifying and seemed to want to refine Futian's body. Boom! The divine elephant of golden armor walked on the sky, and Futian was still resisting. His pupils turned toward the sky, and they were extremely fierce. They were both to fight again. Go! Tianyu raised his hand and waved. Immediately, the towering divine pagoda traveled downward and landed on the sky above Futian. Rays of the divine light of the pagoda descended frantically, wanting to bound and imprison Futian within. Two terrible forces met and collided in the void, but Futian was under terrible pressure and was likely to be suppressed. Tianyu, you are an entire realm higher than your opponent, and yet after you were defeated, you now have to resort to such a powerful implement? Is this the way of the natural-born supreme of heavenly mandate dynasty? Hua Qingyan said sarcastically. At the level of Saint Plain, an entire realm was a vast difference in power, and the differences in strength could be 10 times or more, so it could only be imagined how difficult the gap was to overcome. Under such circumstances, as the peak existence of the naturally born supreme, fighting with Renhuang implement, how could the fight be fair or just? It was important to note that Tianyu was also the existence of the peak. Tianyu ignored Hua Qingyan, as divine light rained from his body and fell upon the divine pagoda. It continued its slaughter on Futian. In those indifferent and profound eyes, there was the intention to kill. Such an unfair battle. That's enough. Cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven spoke up. The might of Renhuang was bloomed and released. However, almost at the same time, from the direction of the heavenly mandate dynasty, there was also infinite might of Renhuang that bloomed. In an instant, this space was shrouded in the power of Renhuang. It seemed that as long as the Renhuang of celestial gate of vast heaven intend to make a move, then the Renhuang of heavenly mandate dynasty would not stand idly by. Many cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty emit thoughts of murder. Between the vast space of heaven and earth, many observing cultivators remarked to themselves. Prior to this, Futian had obstructed the alliance by marriage between Tianyu and Qin He. He now had revealed his superior talent. At this moment, he had already elicited the intent to kill from the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty. Boom! Above the firmament, the glory of the divine pagoda was getting more and more terrible. The glory of the divine elephant on Yi Futian's body was becoming dimmer as a terrible force continued to rush into his body, turning his face pale. This pagoda of the sky could suppress celestial soul attraction. At this moment, a figure walked through the void, and many showed a strange look when they beheld this figure. However, the people from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not stop him. It was just someone from the Saint Plane. Who could compete with Etienne right now? Anyone who wanted to get involved would be easily suppressed. The man continued moving forward and was walking toward the pagoda. When everyone saw this, they all showed a strange look. Was this man seeking death? Even the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a look of jeer on their faces. What a complete lack of self-awareness. The man who walked out was Qi Xiangang, who now had the ancient characters of the Great Path appearing on his body. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed. The words that indicated heaven and earth were on the top and bottom, respectively. A divine picture of the Great Path appeared around him, and Qi Xiangang walked out from under the glory of the divine pagoda, blocking Yi Futian from the divine pagoda. Is he mad? The hearts of many trembled darkly, and the people from Celestial Gate of vast heaven showed a strange color. As far as they knew, this man was Yi Futian's master. His temperament was extraordinary, showing he was not someone who did this without reason. But the glory of the divine pagoda was mighty. For someone in the Saint Plane attempt to compete with his own body of flesh and blood, it was undoubtedly pure foolishness. Many people watched as Qi Xianzhang was suppressed by the glory of the divine pagoda. However, as Qi Xiangang stepped into it, the glorious rays of the divine pagoda were cut off. They descended upon his body instead and did not continue to bombard Yi Futian, apparently isolated by his body. The crowd found out, much to their shock, that Qi Xiangang was standing inside. The pattern of the Great Path shrouded his whole body, and the power that was blasted down by the divine pagoda to kill seemed to turn into nothingness, unable to destroy him. The scene in front of their eyes stunned many people. How was this possible? Etienne's strength was already at the peak of the Nirvana plane. His combat power was top-notch, not to mention that he had the aid of the Renhuang implement. Someone from the Saint Plane, no matter how strong, would only face the fate of being obliterated under these circumstances. But Qi Xiangang was actually dissolving his attacks. Rays of sacred light were released from Qi Xiangang, which caused confused looks to appear on the faces of many Renhuang cultivators. Renhuang will. Their pupils contracted slightly. From Qi Xianggang's body, they felt the will that belonged to Renhuang. It definitely did not belong to Saint Plane, but only to Renhuang. This man who had already entered Renhuang with one foot could break free of the Great Path at any time and level up his realm. Master! Yi Futian called out. The divine light of the Great Path upon Qi Xianggang's body shot upward and shrouded the divine pagoda within. Suddenly the oppressive force on Yi Futian's body disappeared completely. He walked across the void and past his master Qi Xiangang and the divine pagoda. With a strike of the staff, he slammed down. The sky changed color, and the look on Etienne's face, who was controlling the divine pagoda, suddenly changed. In haste, he sent out a great palm print, which was crushed and pulverized. Yi Futian's staff fell directly on him, this time much more violent than the blow previously. The blast caused Etienne to spit out blood. He was sent flying, and even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Seeing this transpire, the hearts of many skipped a beat. Etienne's body flew back and his mouth was bleeding. The staff attack made many people feel a crawling sensation on their scalps. If it were them, that strike would probably be enough to end them. Etienne was beat, once again, and the injury was not minor. Who was that? Someone wondered silently, glancing at Qi Xiangang. He had stepped directly under the divine pagoda as someone in the Saint Plane, blocked Yi Futian from the attack of the divine pagoda, and even bound the pagoda there. Furthermore, he already exuded a trace of Renhuang will, with one foot firmly planted on the other side. It was not that he was just a half step away from Renhuang, but that he could possibly enter the Renhuang plane level at any moment. Many people in Violet Heavenly Palace looked rather sharp. Some of them recognized Qi Xiangang, Yi Futian's master, who had shown his strength in the celestial demon's city in the old days. His power was mighty. His realm was unexpectedly profound. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, probably had never suffered such humiliation before. This time, he was invited by Brahma's pure heaven, was prepared to marry the first virgin, Qin He, but Qin He would rather fight to the death with him than stay with him, which made him appear unnecessarily aggressive. Afterward, Yi Futian stepped forward to fight him, and this was the conclusion. In Brahma Sky City, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty had suffered a humiliation that he had never experienced before. This should be the first time, but there was a flash of cold light from Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was the supreme body of the great path from the violet heavenly palace. This was getting more interesting. The hatred between Yi Tianyu and Yi Futian was getting deeper, which would naturally be to the benefit of the violet heavenly palace. After all, the violet heavenly palace and the heavenly mandate dynasty had a common enemy. As he had thought, a strong and overbearing might bloomed. The cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty, upon seeing Yi Tianyu being injured, finally made their move. The mighty authority of Renhuang shrouded the sky. A Renhuang pointer struck at Qi Xiangang and Yi Futian, penetrating heaven and earth. Those Renhuang of celestial gate of vast heaven had also been prepared for this moment. Radiant celestial light was shining, and a figure crossed the void and descended. A celestial sword slashed out at the same time, colliding with the destructive Renhuang power. A violent storm blew between heaven and the earth. Its fierce pressure of might slammed on the bodies of both Yi Futian and Qi Xiangang, and they were both slammed back. The divine pagoda flew back in an instant and headed toward Yi Tianyu, who put it away. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of might of Renhuang erupted at the same time, and as it swept through the sky, the people below really felt the suffocating divine might of the great path. They tensed, and their breath quickened. Was a major battle of Renhuang about to erupt? At this time, in Brahma Sky City, countless people looked up to the sky, and above Xiantian Pavilion, there was a palpable pressure of Renhuang might. Yi Futian and Qi Xiangang both retreated into the camp of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Under these circumstances, they no longer could continue in the battle. Even though Qi Xiangang was not far from the Renhuang realm, the realm of those others was simply way too high. Even if he had already entered the Renhuang realm, it would still be difficult for him to participate. Yi Tianyu and the top figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace were here, and then there were the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, who followed them. Of course, Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyan were also here, and the guardians of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were no weaklings either. Therefore, the pressure of might that erupted above the sky was horrific. So, Renhuang can intervene after being defeated? A voice was heard, and it was the cultivator of divine elephants. In today's battle, Yi Futian had shown the cultivators of the divine elephants that even human cultivators could fully exercise the inherited techniques of the divine elephants so well. He was even better and stronger than their top geniuses. Thus, it was no wonder the divine elephant emperor had told them to guard Yi Futian well. It seemed that, previously, when Yi Futian had returned with the divine elephants, the divine elephant emperor had already realized that Yi Futian had unlimited potential. This battle was enough to prove that he could exist side by side with the likes of Gu Donglu and Yi Tianyu, and that he was no less worthy than the crown prince of the heavenly mandate realm. Previously he had already had several brilliant battles, but the battle today would exemplify his record, which would soon be spread throughout the heavenly mandate realm. Today, Yi Futian interrupted the marriage between the heavenly mandate dynasty and Brahma's pure heaven Yi Futian. The divine elephants would be wise not to interfere, the cultivator of the heavenly mandate dynasty said. His voice rang through the void. Everyone in Brahma Sky City could hear him clearly. If it were not for the sake of being unwilling to involve divine elephants in this dispute with the heavenly mandate realm, perhaps the heavenly mandate dynasty would have already attacked Yi Futian a long time ago. Renhuang are not allowed to participate in friendly contests of the same plane. This is a rule from the human world of cultivation. Now that your crown prince was defeated, you decided to mobilize your Renhuang to battle, and you intend to prevent me from intervening? The voice of the cultivator of the divine elephants was overbearing. As he walked, the sky shook, making roaring and booming sounds that were terrifying. Even though he said this, everyone knew that the fighting had already gone far beyond the scope of a friendly contest. Both Futian and Tianyu had already exerted their true strength. It's best that the forces of the demon realm not interfere in the matters of the human world of cultivation. The Renhuang from Heavenly Mandate Dynasty continued. Don't forget, the Heavenly Mandate realm demarcates the human world of cultivation and that of the demon realm. You are all here as guests, and we won't pursue the matter, but don't you meddle in it. That's right, the divine elephants shouldn't forget where they are. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace also piped in. They were the allies of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Bang! The cultivators of the divine elephants snorted coldly and continued forward. The void shook violently, and many of those in Brahma Sky City, whose cultivation was not as strong, groaned as their faces paled. If that random stomp were to land on them, its invisible might was enough to suppress them. The people of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty are right. We are from the demon realm, so why should we participate in human disputes? At this time, a voice was heard. The cultivator who spoke was a figure of Demon Emperor from the Purple Gold Rat clan. They always thrived in chaotic times. The rise of the Purple Gold Rat clan was due to the chaotic environment. Now, if things would get more chaotic, it would undoubtedly be another opportunity. He clearly understood that the divine elephants chose this moment to interfere. They passed their special techniques on to Futian in an attempt to place a bet in the world of human cultivation. This way, they could have a say in the changing future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, this was clearly something the Purple Gold Rat clan did not wish to see. Why are you rats everywhere? The cultivator of the divine elephant swept a glance over them, his eyes of the elephant emperor domineering and full of contempt. The divine elephants had always had a lofty position within the demon realm with noble blood to boot. The era of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions was the golden age when they were the top demon clan in the demon realm. The Purple Gold Rat clan was nowhere on their radar. This was also why the Purple Gold Rat clan was so sensitive. In the demon realm, many noble demon clans despised them. Even though they had true strength, respect and recognition still eluded them. The glory of purple gold glittered and bloomed. The body of the cultivator from Purple Gold Rat clan was radiant all over. As he moved forward, a demon emperor whispered coldly, "Even us rats would like to experience the power of the divine elephants." As soon as he said that, he raised his hand and blasted out his attack. Above the sky, an immense and boundless purple gold divine rat appeared, covering the sky and biting at the demon emperor of the divine elephant below. The demon emperor of the divine elephant frowned. This rat actually dared to engage him. But he instantly understood the intention of the other party. They wanted to deliberately keep them occupied so that the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could do what they wanted. Stepped into the void, an immense giant divine elephant manifested, and a great battle of demon emperors had the potential to split heaven and earth. At this time, the Renhuang existence of the Heavenly Mandate realm was moving forward in an arc. In an instant, the divine light of the Heavenly Mandate shrouded the sky, shrouding the vast, endless void within, completely locking down this space. They intended to keep Futian here for the kill. Protect him. The cultivators from the celestial gate of vast heaven frowned. These Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were really determined. It was much easier to kill lesser characters under their protection than to defeat all of them. Furthermore, they had arranged this layer of the Heavenly Mandate Divine Light of Boundary, delaying them to get to Tianyu on the outside for a while. "Be careful," someone said to Futian. This was intended to take Futian's life. The will to murder had taken hold of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and now, they wanted to execute Futian here. Gu Donglu was already a volatile factor, so it was best to get rid of Futian. Otherwise, two peerless characters were sure to be a big problem in the future. The slaughtering divine light drowned out the void and shot directly toward Futian. Renhuang of the celestial gate of vast heaven stepped out successively, and locked down where Futian was. The celestial light, bright and radiant, cast a celestial matrix. However, At this time, there was a character of divine general from the other side, who raised his hand and pierced through the void, shooting straight at Yi Futian. They were not interested in a long fight, they just wanted to kill Yi Futian. Celestial light turned into a boundary and blocked the sky above. As that one finger fell, a divine light swept through the heavens. It was as if it had leveled the heavens. It was extremely fearsome to behold. The cultivators of the divine elephants were restrained by the great demon of the purple gold rat clan, and the situation seemed very unfavorable. In front of so many Renhuang, Yi Futian appeared weaker, and he could not withstand their attacks. At this moment, a suffocating power of mighty of the great path suddenly came from above, pressing down on everyone. Divine light fell straight down, and the faces of the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty changed. They raised their heads and looked up at the sky. A gorgeous face appeared. This face was perfect, and in the vast mandate heaven, such a face was difficult to find. But the majesty contained in those eyes could make people forget the shocking beauty of this face. Just a look was enough to make these Renhuang and demon emperors feel inexplicable coercion, and the fighting ceased in an instant. Her Majesty! In Brahma Sky City, countless people worshipped the face above the sky, and many looked extremely moved, for they had now seen the Empress in person. If you want to be disorderly, get out of Brahma Sky City! An extremely arrogant and icy voice came from above. It was authoritative and dominant, disallowing for any doubt. The fight stopped in an instant. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked grim. Brahma's pure heaven was also responsible for today's blunder, but the overlord was not there, so who would be eligible to talk with Her Majesty the Empress of Brahma's pure heaven? No one dared to question her. Warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked at the stunning solemn face and cupped their hands, saying, "We apologize for the offense. It's time to bid farewell." Even though they were not happy about it, they couldn't say anything. Their status was not comparable to that of Brahma's pure sky, so they didn't dare to turn hostile against Brahma's pure sky. After all, it was about the political geography of the heavenly mandate realm, and no one could afford the consequences. After speaking, the warriors of the heavenly mandate dynasty restrained their life forces. Not only them, but warriors of other powers also restrained their life forces. No one dared to keep fighting. "We are sorry to disturb your Majesty," warriors from Violet Heavenly Palace and other forces said. They all cupped their hands to bid farewell, and then they all flashed and left quickly. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Many warriors of Shangxia Divine Palace stared at the Empress's face, their hearts troubled, but they didn't say anything and left with the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Even though they came from the Shangxia Divine Palace, the Empress of Brahma's Pure Sky was a big figure at the top of the Supreme Path realm. They belonged to the younger generation and dared not act presumptuously. They didn't have the capital to try, and even their elders were the same. In a blink of an eye, most people of top forces had left, but some warriors were still here, such as Yi Futian and others of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian gazed at the face in the void sky and didn't look away. He even wanted to ask something. The Empress seemed to be aware of it, and her majestic eyes glanced at him. Soon, she gradually dissipated and vanished. The might over the sky also dissipated, and soon the void sky restored its calmness from before. However, the war that just happened and the Empress's solemn appearance were still imprinted in the minds of countless people in the lower sky above the Brahma Sky City. Today's battle would surely spread throughout the heavenly mandate realm. Even Her Majesty had been shocked. Many people looked excited since this was the first time that they had seen Her Majesty's face. Even though they lived in Brahma Sky City, it was still very difficult to see Her Majesty, and Her Majesty rarely showed up in public. Usually, she either cultivated in the Brahma's pure sky or traveled in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. After the Empress of Brahma's pure sky had left, Yi Futian didn't retract his gaze. He still stared into the void sky, and his deep eyes looked like he was lost in thought. After a long while, he took back his gaze and said to the Renhuang figures and demon emperors in front of him, with his hands cupped, "Thank you all very much, your majesties. During the battle that just happened, these Renhuang-level figures took the lead to protect him. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he would be unable to cope with those Renhuang figures of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. From now on you must be careful. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty intends to kill you. A Renhuang figure of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven reminded Yi Futian. Just now, everyone could clearly tell that people of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were trying to kill him. A tree outgrowing other trees in a forest was more likely to be destroyed. Yi Futian's relationship with Gu Donglu and his stance had already put him on the opposite side of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. In such a situation, killing him before he grew stronger was naturally the best and easiest choice for the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. When Yi Futian reached the Renhuang realm, if they wanted to kill Yi Futian at that time, they would need to use more manpower, and it would be much more difficult. Thank you for reminding me, sir. I will be more cautious, Yi Futian said, nodding. He frowned slightly. This time, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had clear murderous intent, so from now on, they might try to assassinate him more frequently. Since they had done it once, they wouldn't care about doing it again, even at the risk of offending the Divine Elephant Clan. Yi Futian wondered if he should be proud or not. After all, this meant that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty took him so seriously that they took such a big risk to get rid of him. Let's go back, too, said a warrior of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. I still have something to do, Yi Futian said. He shook his head slightly. He turned his gaze and looked toward where people of Brahma's pure sky stood in the distance. Yi Futian took a step forward and walked towards the place where Xiantian Pavilion was. The Xiantian goddess looked at Yi Futian, who was walking towards her. A different look flashed in her eyes. Yi Futian is here to salute you, goddess. Yi Futian stopped in front of Xiantian goddess and said, What else do you want to ask? The Xiantian goddess said coldly, as if she was dissatisfied with Yi Futian because of the previous events. I want to ask again if Jieyu is in Brahma's pure sky. Goddess, please don't conceal anything. Yi Futian bowed down and said sincerely. Jieyu appeared twice in his mind, and it should not have been an illusion just because he missed her so much. Moreover, all that had just happened made him realize that the thing was not very easy. Why did Brahma's pure sky want to choose a spiritual partner for Qinhe? Qinhe, as the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, had an extraordinary status. Why would they force her? From the perspective of Brahma's pure sky, they didn't seem to want to join hands with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Also, what the Empress of Brahma's pure sky just did could be considered as helping him. He still felt that all these things were related to Jieyu. The Xiantian goddess looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes looked as calm as before, and there was no change in her gaze after hearing Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian's eyes looked extremely deep. When he asked the question, he fixed his eyes on the Xiantian goddess as if he wanted to capture something from her eyes, even if it was just a hint of emotional fluctuation. However, Xiantian goddess's eyes were so calm, revealing no change. It was as if she had just heard an unrelated name and some unrelated words. What are you talking about? Xiantian goddess said softly. Nobody would be suspicious of her indifferent tone. She still denied it. Yi Futian stared at her. Why didn't she have a look of suspicion? Xiantian goddess really knew nothing about it. He didn't believe it. I boldly request to go to Brahma's pure sky to meet with Her Majesty. Yi Futian bowed and said. The Empress, undoubtedly, was the one who knew most about all these things. Last time, he didn't get any answers, but he still wanted to try it. Her Majesty has no time to see you, Xiantian goddess said. I don't mind what you have done today. Now go back. I want to see Qinhe, Yi Futian said again. She has returned to Brahma's pure sky, Xiantian goddess said and left directly, ignoring Yi Futian. She just walked into the void sky and left with other goddesses of the Brahma's pure sky, leaving Yi Futian there dazed. Qi Xiangang and Yaya came to Yi Futian's side. Qi Xiangang asked him, What is on your mind? Master, I felt the presence of my wife twice during my cultivation, and both situations were related to Brahma's pure sky. Yi Futian looked at Qi Xiangang and said. A surprised look flashed across Qi Xuangang's face. He had heard about this thing, and in Futian's capacity, it was impossible for him to be wrong. Maybe she really was alive. I want to go to Brahma's pure sky, Futian said. Then you should go. Qi Xiangang nodded and said. Since he had doubt, he should try hard to find the answer. Futian nodded, and after bidding farewell to others, he walked away and headed in one direction. Some people came with him, some people left. Xia Qingyuan also followed him. Was Hua Jieyu really alive? At this moment, she had conflicting emotions, which made her somewhat hate herself. Why did she have inner conflicts, especially for her ruthless side? Brahma's pure sky was located to the north of the Brahma Sky City and was above all of Brahma Sky City. Standing at the foot of Brahma's pure sky, Futian looked up at the mountain and the endless stairs in front of him. Clouds and mist were flying over his head, and in the clouds, a celestial city could be faintly seen. His body flashed, and he walked upward. Many warriors gazed at him along the way until Futian came to the sky outside of the gate. A goddess stopped him and released warning might, glaring at him indifferently. She did not speak and did not need to say anything. Who didn't know that this was the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky? Futian is here requesting to see Her Majesty. Futian looked up toward the heavenly gate and shouted loudly. He knew that, even though he was outside the Brahma's pure sky, the Empress of Brahma's pure sky claimed to be able to perceive everything in the 3,000 realms. Although she was not there, her mind could directly reach the sky above Xiantian Pavilion, so his voice must have been heard by the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. The goddess outside the heavenly gate showed surprise when hearing Futian's name. Not long ago, Qin He had returned to Brahma's pure sky, and they heard something from her. Now, what was Futian's purpose of coming to Brahma's pure sky? There was no response from Brahma's pure sky, and Futian's voice seemed to be entering the land of nothingness. Futian requests to see Her Majesty. Futian continued. However, there was still no sound. He said this, again and again, making the goddess outside heavenly gate frown. A lady stepped forward and said coldly, Futian, enough. Futian's shouting had disturbed some people's cultivation. Some Renhuang figures' wills had swept down. Apparently, they had also heard of Futian's voice. Futian had perceived them, too, but he still did not leave and continued shouting loudly. He wanted an answer. He needed to know whether Jieyu was here or not. However, it seemed that everyone would just ignore him. In the land of Brahma's pure sky full of clouds and mist, in front of a Fey palace, a person, who looked very thin, was kneeling on a futon. At this time, the sound of footsteps came. Qin He looked up and saw a figure in front of her. Qin He is here to meet Her Majesty. Qin He bowed her head and said. She wondered why the Empress wanted to see her, but no matter what punishment it was, she wouldn't care. The Empress stood there quietly, looking at Qin He. She was silent for a moment, and then said, From now on, you can cultivate with me. Qin He paused a second and looked up at the Empress, but the Empress had turned around and entered the Fey Palace, shrouded by mist. Qin He did not show much joy, and she was just a little confused. What was all of this about? The Empress of Brahma's pure sky stepped into the Fey Palace. There was another figure here in this fairyland, sitting quietly. She was also extremely beautiful, stunning like an immortal, and she seemed to be in the dormant state of cultivation. The Empress of Brahma's pure sky looked at her and said, You disappointed me. If I knew, I would have chosen her, not you. The figure didn't seem to hear her, and sat there quietly. She even ignored the Empress of the Brahma's pure sky when she talked to her. There would be no second person in Brahma's pure sky who dared to do so. Still, Futian didn't get to see the Empress. He was ignored at the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky, and from time to time, some cultivators sent might to him as a sign of warning. After a long while, he stopped shouting but just looked up at the heavenly gate. Now, no matter how outstanding his talent was, he was just a cultivator of Saint Plain and was not even qualified to talk to the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Could he do anything to them even though they refused his request? There was nothing he could do. He could just stand outside the gate of Brahma's pure sky and watch. He didn't know what the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky would think of him. Is Jieyu in the Brahma's pure sky or not? Futian murmured to himself. It was like an enigma. If Jieyu had been here, she would have found him by herself, unless she was in trouble, so she showed up in his mind twice. Was she trying to tell him that she was still alive? Maybe he guessed it. However, if Jieyu was really in Brahma's pure sky, who was imprisoning her? Did the Lady of Brahma's pure sky do this? But why did Her Majesty trap Jieyu? He had asked people of Brahma's pure sky several times, including the saintess, the goddess, and the empress, and whenever he asked, the answer given to him was the same. No one acknowledged the existence of Jieyu. At that time, Jieyu summoned a wisp of the empress thought, but she was very weak at that time and not in the holy plane. If the empress paid attention to her for this reason and brought her spiritual soul to the Brahma's pure sky, she didn't have to let Jieyu stay with her. Even though Jieyu, as a cultivator, had potential, she couldn't be more promising than those goddesses in Brahma's pure sky. They even didn't care about sacrificing the goddess Jinhe, so would they care about Jieyu? He didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. Futian looked up at the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please let me know if Jieyu is in Brahma's pure sky. I will come to visit again later if I have the chance." After these words, Futian turned around and walked away. Seen from behind, he looked quite lonely. Even though he knew Jieyu might be in Brahma's pure sky and wanted to go inside and take a look, he could not do it. He didn't have this feeling of powerlessness even when he confronted Tianyu and other people. Xia Qingyuan stood behind Futian and felt a little sad to see this lonesome figure walking ahead. However, Futian couldn't do anything, not to mention herself. Even if her father Emperor Xia had come here in person, the Brahma's pure sky wouldn't change their attitude, either. This was the disparity between different areas. Emperor Xia was an emperor of a realm, but in the Supreme Path realm, he was not that important. She turned her head and took a cold glance at Brahma's pure sky. Although she had some inner conflict, she felt sad when she saw Futian like this. She also hoped that one day, Futian would be able to forcibly enter the heavenly gate, and no one would dare to stop him at that time. Many warriors from Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and other forces turned around and also left with Futian. They went away and gradually disappeared into the distance from the Brahma's pure sky. There were still many divine thoughts sweeping down from the Brahma's pure sky, and all of them were withdrawn at this time. Many people knew nothing about it, and only a few people faintly knew some inside information, but perhaps only Her Majesty knew most about the details. Futian and his companions left Brahma Sky City. Besides them, other top forces from elsewhere had also gradually left. The storm had finally come to an end, but the final outcome was unexpected. Futian fought with Tianyu, but Jinhe chose neither of them. In the end, this attempt to seek marriage was not successful, but the conflict between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Futian was intensified, and the world witnessed the rise of another top figure. Futian was another hero like Tianyu and Gu Donglu, peerless and gallant. After this battle, people of Brahma Sky City regarded Futian as a hero like Gu Donglu and Tianyu, but unfortunately, Futian was not of Nirvana Saint Plane in that battle. If he had been, people could tell from the battle between Futian and Tianyu which of them was stronger when Futian had not used the bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. In the Battle of Brahma Sky City, there was still some controversy since no one could say clearly how much enhancement the bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions had brought. Therefore, it could only be said that Futian was also one of the top figures and stood alongside Tianyu. However, there was still doubt as to who was the stronger one. After all, even when Tianyu was injured in the battle, he still showed remarkable combat strength. Although Futian went all out, he could not seriously hurt him, and it was only when his master joined forces with him that he gave Tianyu a hard strike. Even so, their performance was still truly amazing. Gu Donglu and Futian were brothers, and this generation of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven they represented had won over the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, plus they had Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Futian's brother Yuxing. Such a lineup was horrifying enough. In the future, the celestial gate of vast heaven would have another heyday. If so, would the Heavenly Mandate dynasty be more stressed? In addition to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Shangxia Divine Palace also regarded the celestial gate of vast heaven as a serious threat, and would never let them rise to the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Especially now, the strongest descendant of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the ultimate form of Great Path Zhan Yuan, had been proven to be incapable of defeating Yi Futian and Gu Donglu, so they could not afford to gamble on the future. When the news began to spread in the Heavenly Mandate realm, people of top forces all had returned. In the south vast heaven, above the celestial gate, Yi Futian was focusing on cultivation. At this moment, there was a fairy light flowing around him. A celestial soul condensed and was formed, resonating with the sky and earth. With the fairy light cleansing his body repeatedly, the power of the celestial path seemed to be merging into him. At this time, in addition to the fairy light, a dazzling golden aura flew around Yi Futian's body, just like the light of Renhuang. He stood up, waved his hand, and blasted out his fist. Each of his punches trembled the distant void sky and seemed to penetrate the space. Yi Futian repeated the movement again and again, and his body was coated with dazzling golden light. After a short while, he opened his eyes and murmured, "It's still wrong." After all, the cultivation of mystical ways could not be achieved overnight. At the highest level of celestial soul attraction, the celestial soul entered the cultivator's body. His physique would be strong as that of an immortal, and such a body was called the celestial form. Every move of the celestial form attack contained the might of immortal skills, which meant that each of his random attacks would incorporate the immortal spirit into it, and there was no need to deliberately control the immortal skills. It was the stage pursued by all warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven. In the heyday of the celestial gate of vast heaven, the 12 immortals had all cultivated to such a level and owned forms of celestial paths. All of them were figures with outstanding talents in the cultivation of mystical ways. He was obviously still far behind and had not been able to reach this level. At this moment, there seemed to be a strong life force coming out. Yi Futian gave a different look since cultivators of the celestial gate generally did not create noise like this. He moved his gaze and looked toward one direction, where there were bright beams of imperial light rushing into the sky, extremely beautiful. They made the wind and clouds above the sky roar, and caused storms of the Great Path. The storms of Great Path contained glorious aura, and the might of Renhuang erupted from it. The might of Renhuang, Yi Futian thought to himself and looked surprised. Then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly became bright. Yi Futian walked into the void sky directly toward that direction and seemed a little excited. And then he saw a figure rising up in the wind, shrouded with the aura of Renhuang, which made his figure even more magnificent. "Master!" Yi Futian smiled and called. The person was Qi Xiangang. It was the first time he had seen someone enter the Renhuang level, and it was his master. When they fought to leave the Great Li dynasty, Qi Xiangang had already taken a half step into the Renhuang plane, and after that, he rose again from the collapse. After he was deprived of cultivation, he jumped to the top of Nirvana plane, and was halfway toward Renhuang plane. After defeating the ninth servant, the city lord of the Crimson Dragon realm, he followed Yi Futian into the Heavenly Mandate realm and cultivated for more than 2 years. Today, Qi Xuangang's cultivation had finally reached this stage. Nothing dramatic happened. It was as if it was just a matter of course, and he entered the Renhuang realm. Qi Xuangang's body rose up and landed in the sky above the celestial gate of vast heaven. His body appeared in the center of the storm of Great Path. In the sky above the celestial gate of vast heaven, clouds were tumbling. Many people in Haotian City had noticed and looked up in the direction of Celestial Gate, but they were not too surprised. Although there were not many Renhuang figures in the Celestial Gate, usually, every few years, some people could set foot in the Renhuang plane, so people were not that surprised about it. But they didn't know who had entered the Renhuang plane this time. Many cultivators in Haotian City smiled. First, there was Gu Donglu, and then Yi Futian, and now another figure had entered the Renhuang plane. So many years after the celestial gate of vast heaven experienced destruction, its fortune once again prospered, and it was likely to usher in a glorious era again. Many people in Celestial Gate also paid attention to Qi Xuangang's entry to Renhuang Plain. Many cultivators believed in fortune. After being silent for so long, they could also feel that the celestial gate of vast heaven seemed to be surrounded by luck again. The sound of entering Renhuang Plain was far louder than entering Saint Plain. Although, when entering the Renhuang Plain, there was no catastrophe as there was in the Saint Plain, Renhuang needed time to cast the imperial body and soul. The scene in the void sky was appalling. After a long while, the situation returned to calm, and a figure slowly descended from the sky and landed on the celestial gate. Futian and others ran to him. Futian took the first step and called, smiling, "Master! Master!" Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan also smiled and said, when they cultivated in the Great Li dynasty, they had never expected that Master would break into the legendary plane in such a short period of time. Renhuang, in realms like Great Li, was equal to the Lord of a realm. Congratulations! Many warriors at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven also congratulated Qi Xiangang. Thank you very much. Qi Xianyuan smiled and bowed his head, then looked at Futian and other disciples. Things always happen like this. When he cultivated in the Great Li, he did not have a very strong obsession with achieving anything. Even later, after he experienced great changes, like Futian's incident, Emperor Li's suspicion, and being deprived of cultivation, he still had nothing to ask for, and never thought about the later things. Not to mention entering the Renhuang Plain. However, excessive joy was of no need. Everything had its time, and even though he had not deliberately pursued it, now he had also set foot in the Renhuang Plain. It didn't mean anything. As Futian's stage became broader, the road they chose was getting harder. He did not know what would happen in the future and would not think about it. He would just wait and see. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.